over to this particular business for the prayers. Good afternoon.
Mheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na neema yako umetuonya hatua za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wanadamu. Tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tunakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikisha mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, ring the quorum bell.
Well, the prayer has been said and the chair taken, but the House is facing a quorum hitch. The quorum has not been raised yet for the House to be able to commence its business. And that is as provided for in the House Standing Order number 34, paragraph 1. That if the quorum is not achieved after the prayer is said and the chair taken, that then that quorum bell will be on. This is just to give room for the members who may be within the precincts of Parliament and are yet to get to the chambers, at least to hasten their steps and join their colleagues to enable the House raise that much needed quorum for the business to be able to commence. And as we wait for that quorum to be raised, we shall go back to take a look at the business that is lined up for consideration as the House convenes this afternoon. Consideration of the fourth generation revenue sharing formula for counties. The equitable share that was passed by the mediated committee, that is members of the Senate as well as members of the National Assembly, is 415 billion. And there are counties that will be receiving what is referred to as an affirmative share. These are 12 counties. And because the House has already passed the 415 billion shillings, the monies that will be allocated or shared among these 12 counties is 4.46 billion shillings. These are counties that for the past financial years have been getting below 6 billion, and at least for this particular allocation, the affirmative share is to at least enable them improve on that particular allocation. And the parameters that will be used include population index, equal share index, poverty index, geographical size index. And you will remember that this proposed fourth basis for revenue sharing presents a significant shift in approach from the third basis, which had more expansive and sector-specific parameters. This raises the concern on the balance between simplicity, precision, and inclusivity in the allocation model. So in these particular parameters, the population index is based on the 2019 Kenya population and housing census that is capped at 0.45%. The poverty index is based on the 2022 Kenya Poverty Report by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. And the geographical size is capped at 10%. So that is one of the business that as the members of the National Assembly this afternoon convene for the proceedings. This is part of the business that they will be considering. Remember, these are monies that will be going to the devolved units for the 2025-2026 financial year. More members making their way into the chambers. However, that white paper raised by the Sergeant at Arms, a signal that the quorum has been raised. Allow me to hand you over to the business for you to follow. Good afternoon.
Order number 3, communication from the chair. Order number 4, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader. Majority Leader. What do you want?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, June 24th, 2025. 1, submission of nominees for the National Government Constituency Development Fund committees for the following 10 constituencies: Balambala, Bomet Central, Isiolo North, Kisumu East, Laisamis, Makueni, Mathare, Sabatia, Saku, and Bomachoge, Chache. 2 is a report of the Auditor General and financial statements for Kitutu Masaba Technical and Vocational College for the year ended 30th June 2022 and the certificates therein. 3 is reports of the Auditor General and the financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2023 and the certificates therein in respect of CIA Institute of Technology and West Mugirango Technical and Vocational College. 4 is reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2024 and the certificates therein in respect of Bomet Central Technical and Vocational College, Kajiado West Technical and Vocational College, Kajiado West Technical, that's a repetition, sorry, Kimasian Technical and Vocational College, Kinango Technical and Vocational College, Kipsinende Technical Training Institute, Kituma Secondary School, Kwale High School, Matuga Girls High School, Mazeras Girls Memorial Secondary School, Mazeras High School, Mwatata Technical and Vocational College, Wa Girls Secondary School, and West Mugirango Technical and Vocational College. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee. Where is Atandi?
Oh, you have it. Honorable Speaker, allow me on behalf of the Chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 24th June 2025. The report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the third supplementary estimates for the financial year 2024-2025 and the compendium of departmental committee reports on their consideration of the supplementary estimates. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Vice Chairperson, Constitution Implementation Oversight Committee. Who is the Vice Chair?
Yeah.
Kamket.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 24th June 2025. Second report of the Constitution Implementation Oversight Committee on the status of implementation of the Constitution by, number 1, the Office of the Controller of Budget, 2, the Commission on Revenue Allocation, and 3, the Office of the Auditor General.
Thank you. Chairperson, Public Debt and Privatization Committee. Public debt. Yes, Murembo.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 24th June 2025, report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on its consideration of the Consolidated Fund Services for the Supplementary Estimate 3 for financial year 2024-2025. Thank you.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. Kimani, discontinue your conversation and do your work.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, the 24th of June, 2025. Reports on the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its consideration of the following. One is a virtual asset service providers bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2025. And two, the ratification of the agreement establishing the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, EBRD. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee. The Majority Leader laid the paper on your behalf.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to move that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee.
No, I beg to give notice of the following motion. And you give
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the third supplementary estimates for the financial year 2024-2025, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 24th January 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution, Section 39 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A and Standing Order 243. 1. Approves an increase of the current expenditure for 2024-2025 by Kenya shillings 39,114,991,340 in respect to the votes contained in the first schedule. 2. Approves the decrease of the total capital expenditure for financial year 2024-2025 by Kenya shillings 3,378,082,314 in respect of the votes contained in first schedule. 3. Approves an overall increase in the budget, the total budget for financial year 2024-2025 by Kenya shillings 35,739,909,026 in respect to the votes contained in the first schedule. 4. Approves the expenditures under Article 223 of the Constitution as contained in the fourth schedule. And 5. Resolves that the first schedule forms the basis for the introduction of Supplementary Appropriation Number 2, Bill 2025. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Chairperson, Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That this House adopts the report of the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 24th June 2025, on the status of implementation of the Constitution by, number 1, the Office of the Controller of Budget, number 2, the Commission on Revenue Allocation, and 3, the Office of the Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, while on this, enlarge me, Mr. Speaker, to say something a little bit different. Mr. Speaker,
is it?
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
Mr. Speaker, I noticed in the media, mainstream media today, the newspaper, print media, that my name has been splashed in headline news as a warmonger. While, Mr. Speaker, I will not be intimidated by the media, allow me to say, Mr. Speaker, that the events of...
Order, Kamket, I'll give you an opportunity at statement time, which is the next order. Just take your seat. Next, Chairperson, Public Debt and Privatization Committee.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on its consideration of the Consolidated Fund Services for the Supplementary Estimate 3 for financial year 2024-2025, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 24th June 2025.
Thank you. Next, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. Molo. Give your notice of motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts a report of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its consideration on the ratification of the agreement establishing the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, laid on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 24th of June 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8.4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, Cap 4D, that this House approves the ratification of the agreement establishing the European Bank for Reconciliation and Development. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Kamket, I give you 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was saying, Mr. Speaker, that, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable William Kamket, member for Tiati, is a Prince of Peace.
Do you know what a Prince of Peace means?
Yes, you are looking at one, Mr. Speaker.
Eh?
I am a Prince of Peace, indeed.
You are not.
The Kamket they are referring to, Mr. Speaker, is a different Kamket, is a Kamket of the media.
Order, Kamket. Call yourself a peace-loving member. You are not a Prince of Peace.
I'm a peace-loving Kenyan.
Yes.
And indeed a Prince of Peace.
Order, strike out the words Prince of Peace from the Hansard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You are not.
I am a peace-loving Kenyan.
That's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while I shall not be intimidated, Mr. Speaker, it is on record, and it shall remain on record, Mr. Speaker, that the events of 25th of June last year were nothing other than an attempted civilian coup that was led by none other than the former Deputy President, whom we impeached in this House, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the activities that they are now planning to commemorate the attempted overthrow of our constitutionally elected government shall not be tolerated by all peace-loving Kenyans, Mr. Speaker.
Order.
And therefore, Mr. Speaker,
Kamket,
yes, Mr. Speaker.
what was in the papers?
Mr. Speaker, there is an attempt. There is an attempt by the print media.
Just listen to your speaker. Because I read all the papers studiously. By 4 a.m. I've read all of them. And what they said of you is that you are a warmonger and you are spewing out hate material against people in the country. So limit yourself to that.
Yes.
Yes.
And Mr. Speaker, indeed, Mr. Speaker, the real inciters to hatred in this country is the media, Mr. Speaker. And especially the print media, Mr. Speaker. They are the ones who have been inciting our youth by bringing issues that are foreign to them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, by trying to paint leaders who paint that what they are doing or what they are planning is wrong, and trying to paint them in bad light, it's an attempt to intimidate leaders, Mr. Speaker. And I'm standing in this House to say, Mr. Speaker, that what happened last year was indeed an attempted civilian coup, and it shall be said so, Mr. Speaker. I will continue saying so. And those who are planning to bring our children to the streets tomorrow are the people we are addressing, Mr. Speaker. And we are telling them that they shall not escape the rule of law, whoever they are, Mr. Speaker. And by trying to intimidate peace-loving Kenyans like myself, they shall not succeed, and they will not succeed at all times. Those people are inciters. They are the worst inciters this country has seen, and we shall call them for who they are. Me, as Member of Parliament for Tiaty, Mr. Speaker, I am a peace-loving Kenyan, and I'll ensure that if any Kenyan is demonstrating peacefully, they will go home. We will ensure that they'll go home peacefully. But anybody who comes with the intention of destroying properties of others, anybody who comes with the intention of disturbing the peace shall be met with the full force of the law. It cannot be right, Mr. Speaker, that those who are inciting Kenyans, those who are inciting our youth are left scot-free. And therefore, when we call them out, we are called warmongers. That shall not be allowed, Mr. Speaker.
Point made. Mashua Waithaka. Mashua Waithaka. Give Mashua Waithaka, member for Kiambu, the mic. Lenga kule alipo.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations regarding the disappearance of Mr. Reuben Varwa, a Kenyan in the United States of America. Honorable Speaker, on 13 May 2025, Mr. Reuben Varwa of ID number 550886 and his wife, who reside in Lumberi in Kiambu constituency, traveled to the state of Alabama in the U.S. to visit their son. Upon arrival on the 14th May 2025, Mr. Varwa fell ill, and his son took him to receive medical attention in a nearby hospital. However, the following day, on the 14th May 2025, Mr. Varwa reportedly left the house for a walk and has not been seen or heard from since. The matter was reported to Calera Police Station in Alabama. It's now been 4 weeks since his disappearance, yet no substantial update has been communicated to the family regarding the process of investigations. This has left the family in a state of uncertainty and distress. The situation has also raised concern about the safety and well-being of Kenyans abroad, as well as the effectiveness of our diplomatic interventions in such instances. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on the following. 1, a report on the status of investigations into the disappearance of Mr. Reuben Varwa in the U.S. 2, measures being undertaken by the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs to assist in locating and the whereabouts of Mr. Varwa, including coordination with the U.S. authorities and provision of regular updates to his family. And 3, long-term strategies taken by the government to enhance the safety and welfare of Kenyans traveling abroad. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair, Defense, Intelligence and Foreign. Major Bashir, you are the Vice Chair, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, when can you bring a response? I know we are recessing on Thursday, but because of the importance of the matter, try and furnish the honorable member with some written response in 2 weeks. Then we can mention the matter when we resume.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Well guided, and I think we shall do that. Within 2 weeks, we'll be able to give him a response and formally bring it to the House after recess. Thank you.
Thank you. Quorum Nabwin. Yes, Honorable Nabwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Orders number 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations regarding the status of investigations into Todonyang massacre. Honorable Speaker, on 22nd February 2025, armed assailants believed to be members of the Dasnash militia from the neighboring country of Ethiopia carried out a brutal cross-border attack on the villages of Lotira and Lopeimukat in Todonyang location, Turkana County. The attackers targeted innocent civilians, mainly fishermen and small-scale traders, leading to the loss of more than 40 Kenyans and destruction of critical fishing equipment. In addition, the attackers left many families grieving the loss of their loved ones and without their primary means of livelihood. Despite this tragic event, similar deadly attacks have continued to occur within Kenyan territory, raising serious concerns about the security of the people at the border and underscoring the need for swift action to be taken. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations on the following. 1, a report on the status of investigations into the Todonyang massacre that occurred on 22nd February 2025, including the steps taken to collaborate with the Ethiopian authorities to apprehend the culprits. 2, the measures put in place to address security breaches at Kenyan border along Lake Turkana, and confirmation whether the security forces have been deployed to ensure protection of these Kenyans at the border. 3, the steps taken by the Ministry of Defense through the KDF to protect the fishermen along Lake Turkana during their fishing expeditions. And 4, the measures put in place to ensure that the families of victims are compensated and an indication of when they will receive their compensation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Bashir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have heard the request for statement, and that was a very unfortunate incident on the 22nd February 2025. Honorable Speaker, I think I will also equally say the same response as earlier given, that we'll be able to give the Honorable Member a written submission in 2 weeks' time, and after recess, we'll bring a statement to the floor of the House after recess.
Thank you. Responses. Bashir again to a request by Honorable Jane Kagiri, member for Laikipia. Is Jane Kagiri in the House? The questioner is not in the House. To be fair to her, we can stay the question, rather the statement response. If she comes before end of statement time, we can deal with it. Transport and infrastructure. Response to a request by Joseph Gitari. Is Joseph Gitari in the House? Yes, he is. GK, go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the member for Kirinyaga Central, the Honorable Joseph Gitari, MP, requested for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the status of construction and rehabilitation of roads in Kirinyaga Central constituency. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Gashoki sought to, among other things, establish the status of the following road projects in Kirinyaga. Is Kiamudhambe Gatuto Road, Kagumo Kangaita Road, Kerogoya Prisons to Kimande Road, Kerogoya Gaos, Kandakame Road, Kevingo, Keratina Road, Mungetha, Gitumbe, Mugwande Road, and Motira Kagumo, Kiamaina, Gadodoma, Kianjage Road. B, report on the status of rehabilitation works for the following roads: Gakoigo, Kiandieri, Kangaita Road, and Miringairi, Kiawakara Road. And 3, interventions by the ministry to ensure the completion of these projects, including specific completion dates. Honorable Speaker, the committee received a response from the Ministry of Roads and Transport on 14th May 2025, which I now wish to make. Regarding reports on the status of the following roads, Kiamudhambe, Kerugoyagaos, Mugetha roads, the ministry submitted that these roads are in the project contract number RWC 286 under Jiang's Water Hydropower Construction Company Limited as the contractor. The roads are currently incomplete because the contractor suspended works since October 2022 due to delayed payments amounting to Kenya shillings 383 million. 2, the original completion date was 4th October 2020. The revised project completion date was 1st May 2022. The current project physical progress is at 85.5% against 160.90% time elapsed. The ministries further submitted that Kiamudhambe Gatuto Road, covering 2.68 kilometers, has stalled after completion of the base layer construction. The Kerugoya-Gaos Kandakame Road, covering 1.96 kilometers, has been halted after the first seal surface layer was laid, with a 100-meter section remaining unconstructed due to unresolved well issues. The Mungetha Gitumbe Mugwande Road, covering 3.818 kilometers, has similarly stalled following the completion of its base layer construction. All these 3 projects currently remain incomplete, with works suspended at these various stages of development. Honorable Speaker, regarding Kagumo Kangaita Road, the ministry submitted that this road link is in the project contract number RWC 621 under China Wuyi Company as the contractor. A section of 4.2 kilometers along Kagumo Kangaita is complete, with the remaining 2.75 incomplete. The contractor has not been on site since December 2024 due to delayed payment of an amount of Kenya shillings 141.5 million. The original completion date was 26 July 2024. The current project physical progress is at that 1.85 against 120.99% time elapsed. Regarding Motira, Kagumo, Kiamaina, Gadodoma, Kianjage Road, the ministry submitted that these roads are in the project contract number RWC 549 under China Wuyi Company Limited as the contractor. A section of 6.5 kilometers along Motira, Kagumo is complete, and the remaining 10.75 incomplete. There are no ongoing works because the contractor has suspended works since November. The contractor suspended works since November 2024 due to delayed payments amounting to Kenya shillings 290.5 million. The original completion date was 2nd July 2022. The revised project completion date was 12th February 2024. And the current project physical progress is at 69.84 against 120.46% time elapsed. Honorable Speaker, regarding Kerugoya prisons, Kimande Road and Kibingo Karatina Road, the ministry stated that the two roads are under the county government jurisdiction. Regarding status of rehabilitation works for Koigo, Kiandieri, Kangaita Road, that is 13.08 kilometers, the ministry submitted that the road project forms part of RWC 286 under Jiangxi Water Hydro Construction Company Limited. The road shall be rehabilitated by the contractor upon the scheduled resumption of works On Meringairi, Kiawakara Road, the ministry submitted that this road was constructed under Road 2000 program, which was completed in January 2021. The rehabilitation of this road has been factored in the RMLF 10% funding for financial year 24-25. The original completion date for the project was 21st January 2021, and the project was 100% complete. Regarding interventions by the ministry to ensure the completion of these projects, including specific completion dates, the ministry submitted that through the Kenya Rural Roads Authority, the ministry shall communicate the specific completion dates for the stalled projects upon resolution of the funding challenges that has caused the slowing down of or complete withdrawal of contractors from site. Towards this end, the ministry has made requests for enhanced annual budgetary allocations to enable the offsetting of the enormous pending bills owed to contractors for road works certified countrywide, including those in Kirinyaga County. In addition, the ministry has initiated several interventions towards settling pending bills, including actively exploring alternative financing initiatives and seeking support from development partners. Honorable Speaker, I submit.
Gitari, you satisfied? We move on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not fully satisfied, but I sympathize with my friend, my neighbor, Honorable GK, because he was not the author of this reply. Mr. Speaker, my statement was a bit specific. And one of the things I was asking in number C was the actual completion date. Not the completion dates that were there before 2024, 2022. Mr. Speaker, I'm coming from a premise that Mutira Kagumo Kiamaina Gadodoma Road, even the president came and launched it. And to my thinking was that maybe there was money for that, and people of Kirinyaga are still waiting for that. Mr. Speaker, on this other road, Kerugoya Girls Kandakame Road, Mr. Speaker, it has been there for a very long time. So I was imagining that the chairman would have consulted the ministry properly because he comes from the same zone and to get appropriate answer, Mr. Speaker.
Have you brought an inappropriate answer?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I actually know these roads, not just by name, but I know where they are located, these roads that I have used. in Kirinyaga
Is
County.
your statement factual?
So my statement is factual in as far as the funding challenge is concerned. I think that's the main point here, Honorable Speaker. It's not about the timelines, but availability of resources to complete these projects. I didn't want to see these projects completed myself because I am Honorable Getare's countermate, and we'll do our best to support him and to support the people of Kirinyaga and by extension the people of Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the next. Transport and infrastructure. Is Lelmengit in the house? Joseph Lelmengit is not in the house. Is Jen Kagiri in the house now?
Point of order.
Yes, Wangari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before you exit that order, just to remind you, Mr. Speaker, last Thursday I requested for that statement on gambling from the Chair Finance. You instructed that I write to your office, which I did. Maybe you can give the direction so that we know the way forward before the recess. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I directed the clerk to cause the chairman to bring a response. Chairman, tomorrow or Thursday, are you able?
So, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for your indulgence, and I want to issue an apology to the Honorable Martha Wangari for the delay in this. Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, there were several other businesses that were referred to my committee, but we'll do our best to make sure we have a report by Thursday.
That's why I
this
didn't
week.
put any pressure on you, because I knew the load of business that was before you. Can you do so on Thursday?
I'll do so on Thursday, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. So statement requests and responses for Jane Kagiri, member for Laikipia, and Joses Lelmengit will be stayed until Thursday. Hopefully they will be here. So Major Bashir and GK, be ready for Thursday. Next order.
Order number 8, procedural motion. Extension of sittings and resolution to hold a Thursday morning sitting.
Majority Leader, but before you order members on their feet, take your seats. Richard, take your seat. Honorable members, allow me to recognize a visiting delegation from the bicameral legislature of Nigeria. I wish to introduce to you a visiting delegation of members drawn from the Committee on Constitutional Review of the House of Representatives of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who are seated in the Speaker's row. They comprise of the following: the Right Honorable Professor Julius Ihonvere. When I mention your name, you stand. House Majority Leader and Deputy Chairman of the Select Committee and Head of Delegation. Honorable Fatima Talba, Member. Honorable Rotimi Oluwaseni, Member. Honorable Omobi Oga, Member. Honorable Kabiru Amadou My Palace, Member. Honorable Ajia Abdurrahman, Member. And 7, Wali Baba Shehu, Clerk of the House of Representatives. And Professor Kathleen Okafor, Committee Consultant. The delegation is accompanied by senior House and Senate staff, as well as an external partners from the Policy and Legal Advocacy Center of Nigeria. Honorable members, the Select Committee is currently considering several amendments to bills, one of which is seeking to create additional women-only seats in the National and subnational legislatures of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. They are here to benchmark on the best practices and legislative interventions that enhance women's political representation and to engage in peer learning on measures adopted in Kenya towards actualization of that goal. Honorable members, on my behalf and on that of the entire National Assembly, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them fruitful deliberations and engagements during their stay. Majority Leader, the leader of delegation being your counterpart, I give you a minute to lend. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the House, allow me to take this opportunity also to welcome that delegation from the Federal Republic of Nigeria. As you've heard, Honorable Speaker, members were, as they acclaimed and welcomed them, they were all saying Igwe.
Yes.
As you called out their names and led by their leader of majority, let me say Karibu to Kenya, and may you take your time to learn as much as you can. Indeed, Honorable Speaker, we are a country where many African countries can learn from ourselves and the Republic of Rwanda on women representation in the House. And I think Kenya being universal suffrage system of election of women leaders is a better place to learn from rather than where it is party-based, Honorable Speaker, and therefore this delegation is in the right place. And I do hope that the chair of the caucus of the 47 women reps can get time to also engage with this delegation and be able to guide them on what amendments they could enact in their legislation. With that, Honorable Speaker, allow me to...
Before you do so, I've been requested by Wangari to lend support to your voice of welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of yourself and the panel today, led by the Deputy Speaker, we were able to host this delegation for an intense, almost an hour and a half discussion. And there is a lot of exchange that we have learned from each other, from the two countries. But more importantly, on what they're working on, Mr. Speaker, we are a country, as the majority leader has said, that they can be able to copy a lot from, because in the Nigerian Senate, out of 109 members, only 4 are women. In the House of Representatives, out of 360, only 16 are women. So in total, they only have 4% representation of women. And I think this was the right place to come for this benchmarking. We have shared a lot in terms of the legislations that we have put in place. We have also shared a lot, Mr. Speaker, on the constitutional journey that this country has traveled to be able to get to where we are, Mr. Speaker. So I know they'll still be here for a few more days. They should be having a meeting on Thursday with the Kenya women parliamentarians, so that we also exchange notes on how we can help them to frame the legal framework for their country. And we are happy to always welcome them back to this country, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I appreciate.
Thank you, Majority Leader. You can now proceed with your motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, maybe before I move, it's also important to note, as Honorable Mother Wangari says, we also came from where Nigeria is today.
Yes.
There was a time there were very few women, elected women members of parliament in this country.
Tell them when I first came to this parliament in 1992, there were 3 elected women.
Yes, including the Honorable Wanjiru.
Including
the one from
the prophetess.
Yes. So Honorable Speaker, I was saying is indeed a long walk for us to get to where we are.
Yes.
And I do hope that the Republic of Nigeria, being an African powerhouse like Kenya in the western part of Africa, just like Kenya is a powerhouse in Eastern Africa, they will lead from the front. And Africa is better with more women representing their people, both in the legislature and in the executive. And we look forward, Honorable Speaker, to a time when Nigeria and Kenya will have women presidents leading our 2 great countries. And I do hope, Honorable Speaker, that we'll be able to see this in our lifetime. And I know in this House there are very many capable women who can be future presidents of this republic after the 10 years of President William Ruto. Honorable Speaker, allow me to move procedural motion on order number 8, that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 33A and B, on hours of meeting, this House resolves to 1. Extend sittings of Wednesday, 25th June 2025 afternoon sitting and Thursday, 26th June 2025 afternoon sitting to midnight for purposes of consideration of priority business ahead of the short recess, and 2. To hold a morning sitting on Thursday, 26th June 2025, commencing at 9:30 a.m. Honorable Speaker, this motion is pursuant to what we agreed in the House Business Committee this lunch hour, that to allow us to conclude with all the important business that we have before we proceed on our short recess on Thursday evening, that we slot in a Thursday morning sitting and extend the sittings tomorrow up to midnight, and also Thursday to extend the sitting up to midnight, so that we may conclude all the important business that we have, including the supplementary appropriations bill, whose debate the chair has just given notice, the virtual assets bill that again the chair has just tabled, the chair finance has just tabled its report, and all the other priority business that we have on the order paper for today, tomorrow, and the day after, Honorable Speaker. And with that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and request the Honorable Osoro to second.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. As the majority leader has rightly put it, Honorable Speaker, looking at the calendar of this House, Honorable Speaker, this House will be proceeding for recess from Thursday. And it's quite in order for us to dispense of every business that we have before us, very serious business that we have before us, as we indeed discussed in the House Business Committee, before we proceed. So with that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to second.
Thank you. Members on their feet, take your seats. Take your seats. Major Deco, take the nearest seat. Honorable members, I'll now propose the question at order number 8, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Orders 33A and B, hours of meeting, this House resolves to 1. Extend sittings of Wednesday, 25th June 2025, afternoon sitting, and Thursday, 26th June 2025, afternoon sitting to midnight for purposes of consideration of priority business ahead of the short recess. And number 2, hold a morning sitting on Thursday, 26th June 2025, commencing at 9:30 a.m. Do I put the question, members? I'll now put the question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Orders 33A and B, hours of meeting, this House resolves to 1. Extend sittings of Wednesday, 25th June 2025, afternoon sitting, and Thursday, 26th June 2025, afternoon sitting to midnight for purposes of consideration of priority business ahead of the short recess. And 2, hold a morning sitting on Thursday, 26th June 2025, commencing at 9:30 a.m. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, procedural motion, reduction of the publication period of a specified bill.
Honorable Atandi, Chair, Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to move that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 120, this House resolves to reduce the publication period of the supplementary appropriations number 2, National Assembly Bill number 26 of 2025, from 7 days to 1 day. Honorable Speaker, we have roughly 4 days to the end of this financial year. And because the House is going to short recess in the course of this week, and also that this supplementary appropriations bill 3 to normalize the expense under Article 223. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I would like to beg the House that we shorten the publication period for 1 day so that we are able to process this bill before the close of this session. Honorable Speaker, I move. Thank you. I would like to ask the Majority Leader second.
Who? Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second, and as the Chair has said, in view of the fact that we have only less than 4 days to the end of the financial year, and we need to conclude the supplementary appropriations bill for this financial year and have it ascended to before the end of the year, it's important that we reduce that publication period to 1 day. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I second.
Order. Members on their feet, take your seats. CNN, take your seat. Honorable members, I now propose the question at order number 9, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 120, this House resolves to reduce the publication period of the Supplemental Appropriation Number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill Number 26 of 2025 from 7 days to 1 day. Put the question. Honorable members, I'll now put the question and order number 9, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 120, this House resolved to reduce the publication period of the Supplemental Appropriation Number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill Number 26 of 2025 from 7 days to 1 day. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 10, the Supplementary Appropriation Number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill Number 26 of 2025, first reading. A bill for an act of Parliament to authorize the issue of certain sums of money out of the Consolidated Fund and the application toward the service of the year ending on the 30th June 2025, and to appropriate those sums for certain public services and purposes. Order number 11, motion, consideration of the fourth generation revenue sharing formula for counties.
Honorable Atandi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to move that, taking into consideration of the findings of the Budget and Appropriations Committee in its report of the consideration of the fourth basis for revenue sharing for county governments.
Honorable members, hold on, Honorable Tandi. Honorable members, like I advised the House, order, Honorable Julius, take your seat. Like I advised the House, whoever has any contrary view to the content of this motion and you want to overturn it, you must garner 233 members. So when it comes to voting, that is the constitutional threshold. Go on, Atandi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to move that, taking into consideration of the findings of the Budget and Appropriations Committee in its report on the consideration of the fourth basis for revenue sharing for county governments laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 19th June 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 217, 1 and 4 of the Constitution on allocation of the share of national revenue among counties, this House concurs with the Senate and approves the fourth basis for annual allocation of their share of national revenue to the county level of government for the financial years 2025, 2026, 2029 to 2030, without amendments as follows. Number 1, for county equitable share below 415 billion, county allocation is equal to baseline allocation ratio of 387 billion 425 plus Kenya shillings 3 billion shared equally among identified 12 counties plus 0.45 of population index plus 0.35 of equal share index plus 0.12 of poverty index plus 0.08 of geographical size index and equitable share index of 390.425 billion. Number 2, For county equitable share of 415 billion and below, county allocation is equivalent to baseline allocation ratio of 387.425 billion plus 4.46 billion shared equally among the identified 12 counties, plus 0.5 of population index, plus 0.35 of equal share index, plus 0.12 poverty index, plus 0.08 geographical size index, plus equitable share of 391.89 billion. Where number one, baseline allocation ratio is equal to allocation factor derived from each county's allocation for the financial year 2024-2025. Number two, the 12 identified counties are Elgeyo Marakwet, Embu, Isiolo, Kirinyaga, Laikipia, Lamu, Nyamira, Nyandarua, Samburu, Taita, Taveta, Tharaka Nithi, and Vihiga. Number three, population index is based on the 2019 Kenya population and housing census. Number four, the poverty index is based on the 2022 Kenya poverty report by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. And number five, geographical size is capped at 10%. Honorable Speaker, I would like to say that what we are discussing before the House is the fourth basis of revenue sharing. Since the promulgation of the new constitution, we've had three revenue basis sharing formulas. So this is going to be the fourth one, and every 5 years, a new formula is developed, where the national share of revenue allocated to counties is shared among counties. Honorable Speaker, there are many parameters that have been used in the past when considering the allocations to counties, sharing of these resources among counties. One of the prominent formulas that has been used in the past is the population formula parameter. Honorable Speaker, population has been used to decide how much money goes to each county. There are some counties that are highly populated, others that are not highly populated. The ones that are highly populated have been able to receive more allocation than the ones that have lower population. Honorable Speaker, this consideration has been a very good parameter. It is a parameter that is used in most jurisdictions, India and many other countries that are undertaking devolution, so that if the population is high, you are likely to get more resources. The reason being that if the population is very high, it means that you need more resources to be able to manage, provide services to the population. Honorable Speaker, the only challenge we have with this parameter is that, like in Kenya, for example, population census is not done very regularly. It is done after a very long time. So estimating the reality of population in a particular area is becoming a very big challenge. And we want to urge that in future we have a regular population census being conducted so that we are sure that the population we are considering resources for in counties is matched. Honorable Speaker, the other parameter which has been considered here is the land area. Honorable Speaker, land area is a very important parameter because for areas that are counties that are very large, have large land size, accessing services becomes a problem for populations. So they need to be given more resources so that they're able to provide provide services to populations wherever they are found. So this has been also a very important formula which has been considered when deciding the resources to counties. The other formula, the parameter which has been used, Honorable Speaker, is poverty index. Honorable Speaker, this parameter has been challenged because it is a basis for sharing resources. There are some counties that have refused to develop or even improve their poverty levels because they are sure that because that parameter is going to be used to give them more resources, they have been able to just remain poor. So we want to say, Honorable Speaker, that even though this parameter has been used here again, we want to urge that going forward, it needs to be a lesser parameter so that we can be able to urge counties to be able to improve their poverty levels. Because if poverty level is a parameter, most counties have refused to even work hard. Honorable Speaker, there are some counties that have remained poor over the years since devolution, despite pumping so many resources into those counties, because the consideration that they know that as long as we are poor, we are going to get more resources. Honorable Speaker, the other parameter which has also been considered is health status of counties. And Honorable Speaker, again, resources going to counties are supposed to help in improving lives, improving services and facilities. There are some counties that have refused to graduate, in the provision of health services, even though health is devolved. They do not employ doctors, they do not build health facilities. Therefore, because they want to use this parameter to be able to continue to earn more resources in the lateral sharing of resources among counties. So, Honorable Speaker, if you look at this formula, the Budget and Appropriations Committee agrees with the formula which has been used and in the way the resources have been allocated to counties. Especially, Honorable Speaker, that there are 12 counties that are being considered for special allocation. The counties that I've just mentioned, Honorable Speaker, these counties, we realized that with the resources that they have been given in the past, they have not been able to even undertake development projects because of the size of the counties and the resources they are receiving. Under this new formula, those particular counties have been identified. There are 12, and they are going to receive a special allocation. For the case of this formula, because we have a share of allocation of 15 billion, it means that these counties are going to get more resources for development, about 4.46 billion, which is going to go to these particular 12 counties to assist them now initiate development programs in their counties. Honorable Speaker, this formula is very simple, and I want to thank the Senate for coming up with this formula. It was a very consultative process that was able to give us this formula, and I think this formula is going to ensure that even counties that have not been able to engage properly in development programs, they will now have the opportunity to do so because of the special allocations that they have been given under this formula. Honorable Speaker, with those many remarks, I would like to move and ask my able Vice Chairman to second.
Honorable Robert Bukose, Doctor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to second. Honorable Speaker, first I want to thank the chair who led our team from the National Assembly and in discussing, and also Honorable Senator Ali Roba, who led the Senate team. Honorable Speaker, this shareable revenue formula that was forwarded to the National Assembly will go a long way in ensuring that the discussions which we had as in the mediation are able to be implemented, and each of the counties is going to benefit because when you look at this shareable revenue formula, it is based on 415 amount, which means every county is going to benefit in terms of development. One of our colleagues, member for the Budget and Appropriation, the Honorable Mwashako, said, his county of Taita, he made a joke saying that all the tall women in Taita are opting to look for outside Taita, and they are only left with the short women. So it's because the amount that they were getting, Haika can confirm, and she's married to Rift Valley, and she's tall. So, Honorable Speaker, this formula now ensures that Taita Taveta gets an extra 300 million. Getting an extra 300 million means they are able to do development, similar to Elgeyo Marakwet and other counties, the 12 counties that were being marginalized. And this, I hope that the counties will be able to utilize those resources. Honorable Speaker, me and you comes from the western part of this country. And you know what has been happening in my county of Trans Nzoia, where resources are disappearing with no meaningful development in the county, where money is being stolen left and right. So, Honorable Speaker, it's embarrassing. When devolution came in, each of the counties was expected to have meaningful development. With this shareable revenue formula, Trans Nzoia is going to get an extra 100 million, but I'm hoping that that money will not be stolen. Because if we are adding, we want to see meaningful development in Endebess. What project has the county government of Trans Nzoia done in Endebess? What project has it done in Kiminini? What meaningful project has it done in Saboti? What meaningful project has it done in Kwangsa and Cherangani? That is what we want to charge our county governments with. Because the National Assembly agreeing with this formula from the Senate, and by extension from the CRA, means that they've been able to look at how possible development can be able to reach the ground. And Honorable Speaker, it will be a shame that this House appropriates that, agrees with this formula from the Senate, making sure that our people get meaningful development and money ends up in people's pockets. I think that is the most disgraceful thing that can happen. So, Honorable Speaker, this is a good formula, and we hope that it will bring meaningful developments in the counties, that each and every county will have money to do development, just not money for recurrent, but money for development. You know, some of the county governments are, instead of using the money to do development, they are employing coons so that they can move around from one constituency to the other to intimidate even members of parliament. I think that is not where we want to go as a country. And we want to ask the Inspector General of Police and the CS, Murkomen, to make sure that they rein on these coons. We should not be a country of coons, because that will mean we will deteriorate and go the Haiti way, where everybody will have his own militia. That is not what we want. So, Honorable Speaker, with this formula, I think we are happy as a Committee of Budget and Appropriation, and I hope that the National Assembly will be able to pass it. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I second.
Order, members on their feet, take your seats. Members on their feet, take your seats. Members at the back, take the nearest seats. Thank you. Honorable members, I'll now propose the question at order number 11, which is the taking into consideration the findings of the Budget and Appropriations Committee in its report on the consideration of the fourth basis for revenue sharing for county governments laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 19th June 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 217, 1 and 4 of the Constitution on allocation of the share of national revenue among the counties, this House concurs with the Senate and approves order. This House concurs with the Senate and approves the fourth basis for the annual allocation of the share of national revenue to the county level of government for the financial years 2025-2026 to 2029-2030 without amendments as follows. For county equitable share below Kenya shillings 415 billion. County allocation, baseline allocation ratio, Kenya shillings 387.425 billion, plus Kenya shillings 3 billion shared equally among the identified 12 counties, plus 0.45% on population index, plus 0.35% on equal share index, plus 0.12% on poverty index, plus 0.08% on geographical size index. County equitable share, Kenya shillings 390.425 billion. 2, for county equitable share of Kenya shillings 415 billion and above, count allocation equals baseline allocation ratio, Kenya shillings 387.425 billion plus Kenya shillings 4.46 billion shared equally among the identified 12 counties, plus 0.45% population index, plus 0.35% equal share index, plus 0.12% poverty index, plus 0.08 geographical size index, plus county equitable share, Kenya shillings 391.89 billion, where 1, order, Honorable Kajwang. Order. where baseline, actually the offender is the member for Kibra. Order. Where baseline allocation ratio equals the allocation factor derived from each county's allocation for the financial year 2024-25. 2, the 12 identified counties are Elgeyo Marakwet, Embu, Isiolo, Kirinyaga, Laikipia, Lamu, Nyamira, Nyandarua, Samburu, Taita Taveta, Tharaka Nithi, and Vihiga. 3, the population index is based on the 2019 Kenya Population and Housing Census. 4, the poverty index is based on the 2022 Kenya Poverty Report by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. And 5, geographical size is capped at 10%. Oundo, I see you are the first on the screen.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. By your very guidance, probably the debate here can be rendered redundant. I don't see how we'll raise 233 to challenge. But just as through Honorable Speaker, I just would wish the Chairman of Budget and Appropriation Committee, having deliberated and dealt with this matter, to probably explain to us Kenyans on what criteria were the 12 counties selected. That is Elgeyo Marakwet, Embu, Isiolo, Kirinyaga, Laikipia, Lamu, Nyamira, Nyandarua, Samburu, Taita Taveta, Tharaka Nithi, and Vihiga. Would want to understand, is it a matter of population? Is it a matter of poverty index? What are those socioeconomic parameters that were used to select those 12 counties, considering that Kenya has been independent since 1963? We have had devolution since 2010, or it came into effect 2013. All of us will be interested to know on what basis. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, we can never discount the question of poverty index. It's so critical. Indeed, as many of my colleagues have always complained about sessional paper number 10 of 1965, that deliberately marginalized some places and parts of this country. And indeed, that element is a historical matter that will take many, many years to be resolved. Thirdly, Honorable Speaker, I would have expected, and this discussion was done, and I think in the third one, where physical discipline was awarded some marks, so that how much does the county itself collect in terms of own source revenue? How much does it adhere to the provisions of the Public Finance and Management Act to ensure there is prudent use of public resources and there is value for money? Dropping that criteria is giving the counties a blank check to continuously misappropriate and misuse public resources and generally make them lazy not to pursue their own source revenue. Because many Kenyans keep on asking, why would Nairobi County literally require any resources from the national government? It is the biggest county. All the resources are here. Why would it even require resources as part of the equitable share? So, Chair, Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I second, I support. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Osoro, are you gesturing like you want to speak?
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also rise to support this particular bill and this very particular question of sharing of equitable revenue. Because, Honorable Speaker, it's about time that we get to a practical solution, Honorable Speaker, on these shareables. Even as we look at the national cake and how we are able to share across the country, Honorable Speaker, we also need to ask the county governments on what exactly are they able to reach their targets in terms of their own source revenues. And just like my colleague Honorable Uda has said, there are counties, Honorable Speaker, that really do not require such. Looking at Nairobi, for example, as a county, Honorable Speaker, the amount of money they collect as own source revenue is actually enough to even fund even up to 5 counties by themselves. They do not need any cake from the national government and from the exchequer. Those are the debates that we need to be having. Although, Honorable Speaker, looking at the formula that has been shared by the Honorable Atandi, there has been a progressive growth, very progressive growth on exactly what goes to the devolved units. And as I said earlier, Honorable Speaker, we started from about 320 or thereabout, or 340. Then it grew gradually to about 385. It stuck at about 388. But now we are getting to about 415 billion shillings going to the devolved units. And this is a clear indication, Honorable Speaker, that progressively money is getting to the people. Money is moving from the central system and going to the villages, going to the county governments. But the question we need to ask ourselves, Honorable Speaker, is that, is this money really getting to the people like it ought to? Does it get to the right person in the villages? Does this money, Honorable Speaker, get to be used for the particular purpose that it's meant for in the Constitution, Honorable Speaker? Those are the questions that we need to ask ourselves. And going forward, this House needs to think on how to come up with a legislation that perhaps we replicate what happens with NGCDF to the county governments. That even as we send money to the county governments, that we need to come up with a formula, perhaps on how this money should be spent. It should go down to the people, Honorable Speaker, with a vote, a particular vote. Say, for example, we should say that 40% of, not more than 60% of the amount should be used for recurrent expenditure or even salaries. Because, Honorable Speaker, even as we talk about 415 billion going to the devolved units, about 65% of that amount, Honorable Speaker, is used for salaries, is used for the recurrent expenditure. And sometimes when you look at their budgets, when they pass their budgets, you will see a huge amount of money, Honorable Speaker, meant for, they say, governor's office, which you really can't tell what it does. So it's about time that this House thinks through such structures. If we are able to replicate the formula that is used on the NGCDF to the county governments, then it will have a meaningful impact on the people. Because as it is currently constituted, Honorable Speaker, we send a blanket check to them, we give them the entire amount, 415 billion, they have their own source revenue, they use this money, Honorable Speaker, the way they want. About 70% of it, Honorable Speaker, does not get to impact people. And that is the question we need to have. Even as we talk about the formula, we should find a way to have this amount going down to the villages in a particular way with a specific vote. So that, Honorable Speaker, we don't have a situation where some local leaders or the MCAs or these people from, I mean, the people in the county government, Honorable Speaker, they do not turn governors as demigods, that they have got to worship them, to kneel before them so that they can get development. And that is why we are fast-tracking the question of the World Development Fund, so that even the county assemblies are made to be autonomous. They do not need to rely on the office of the governor to have the funds. So, Honorable Speaker, even as I support this, I challenge this House to think through a legislation that will take this money to the counties with a particular vote, that 20% is for salaries, 30% is for this particular purpose, so that it's replicated like the NGCDF. You don't just let it be as it is, that a governor decides on, there is no cap on what you can't spend beyond whatever amount so that it gets to reach the people, Honorable Speaker. That is the discussion that we should be having. And also challenge the governors and the county governments that we are still struggling, even as we continue growing gradually. Now, today we are at 415. We are still struggling, and not just us, even Kenyans who are watching us are also struggling to identify what these billions do in the counties. When you also, what this amount, huge amount of money, is whether this huge amount of money is felt in the counties. We are still struggling to understand. But again, as I sit down, Honorable Speaker, we challenge the counties like Nairobi. These are questions that we also need to discuss. Capitals, cities, or big cities like Nairobi, Honorable Speaker, Mombasa, and several other counties, do they really need this amount from the exchequer? Do they need to share the... Because the own source revenue from these counties is actually enough to even fund even 5 other counties. We need to ask ourselves that challenge, Honorable Speaker. I was looking at the budget, the Nairobi County government budget, Honorable Speaker. I realized it's actually triple what Rwanda passes as a national budget. You know, it's more than the budget of a whole country like Rwanda. The budget of Nairobi County as a city, Honorable Speaker. Looking at their own source revenue, Honorable Speaker, you will also realize it's too much. And it's quite enough, Honorable Speaker, that can be able to fund so many other county governments. So, as I support, Honorable Speaker, those are the questions we need to ask ourselves. Whether these big cities really require this national cake, number one. Number two, how we'll be able to replicate the law on NGCDF, on the act on NGCDF to the county government, so that as we send money, it goes with a particular vote and nobody will be able to spend this and this. And also the question of pending bills, we also tell them that this particular vote is meant for pending bills, so that you don't need to form committees. Because what they do, Honorable Speaker, you know, immediately a new county government or a governor takes over, he forms a committee, you know, that is also paid by the government, by their very own county fund, to see and review whether the predecessor had genuine pending bills. Honorable Speaker, there should be a system that checks that. It shouldn't be like you're forming a committee, you are paying them. After this committee, it's again rechecked by another committee. Those are the challenges, Honorable Speaker, that we have as far as devolution is concerned. But with those very many remarks, I still support. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Osoro. Allow me, members, to acknowledge the following schools before we continue with the debate. In the public gallery, we have Katimoril Secondary School from Kapenguria in West Pokot. We have Kianjiuni Comprehensive School from Maragua in Murang'a County, and Thome Primary and Junior School from Gilgil, Nakuru. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. And I've been requested by the member for Gilgil to give her 1 minute to acknowledge and welcome the school from her constituency, and indeed all the others.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for indulging me, and I want to take this opportunity to welcome the students and the pupils in the gallery. And Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank you and also the clerk's office, because this session and this parliament specifically has been a very good training ground for our students and our children. And it is important because some of the schools you see here, especially that school called Thome, is all the way near Eburu Forest in Gilgil. So for them to have the opportunity to come and observe the proceedings of this house is quite a privilege, and we hope that we can continue with the same. And I welcome all the students, Mr. Speaker, to know that it can be them who are sitting here. Tomorrow, it will be their chance. But for today, they observe and learn. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shako. Member for Undanyi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance to put my comments on the fourth basis for sharing revenue to counties, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this fourth basis formula is an encouraging step in our country, where we are seeing that the Senate, starting at CRA, they've been able to capture some imagination of the country. Honorable Speaker, we know that resource distribution anywhere in the world is a very seriously contested issue. It is never easy to share resources, distribute resources to different corners of the country. And when we bequeathed ourselves the new constitution in 2010, Honorable Speaker, devolution was the main theme, the main item that made Kenyans support devolution, as it were. Honorable Speaker, this formula gives hope to small counties, including my county of Taita Taveta. Honorable Speaker, we are pleased and we are happy to support this formula because CRA and Senate have agreed to put aside money that will be shared among the small, so-called small counties, the 6 counties, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, these small counties have perennially had a really issues because they are not able to raise enough resources to fund the development of specific needs of those counties, Honorable Speaker. Vihiga being one of them, West Pokot being one of them, Trakanithi, Lamu, Taita Taveta, to name but a few. Honorable Speaker, when we consider only population and geographical size and poverty, it does not capture the minimum resource requirement, minimum resource wallet that is required to run a county, Honorable Speaker. And therefore today when I see in this formula, there is an attempt to set aside 3 billion to be divided among the 12 counties. It gives me a lot of encouragement, Honorable Speaker. And to make even matters better, Honorable Speaker, when this House, I sit in the Budget Committee, Honorable Speaker, and we did agree that we should give counties more money, Honorable Speaker. And today we passed in this House that Division of Revenue Bill, and now that we give counties 415 billion shillings. And in this, Honorable Speaker, it means the 12 counties that are so-called small counties, Honorable Speaker, will be able to get a total of 4.46 billion to share amongst themselves, Honorable Speaker. And if you divide that by 12 counties, Honorable Speaker, you realize that each county will receive in excess of 370 billion Kenya shillings. I want to urge the governors from these small counties that indeed this money, the biggest challenge that we've had in counties like Taita Taveta, Honorable Speaker, is in the area of health care. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to urge my governor, I want to urge the members of the county assembly, I want to urge the executive, that when this money comes, because this money is coming as an affirmative fund to fund the development needs of our county. That 370 billion, Honorable Speaker, I want to urge my governor to make use of that money and fund the entire of it, fund the health budget, Honorable Speaker. Because our people are suffering. We do not have enough equipment in our hospitals. We don't have enough hospitals themselves. Like in Voi, Honorable Speaker, Taita Taveta, we have a level 4 hospital that would expect it to be improved to a real standard level 4 hospital, or even if possible, Honorable Speaker, to build a proper level 5 hospital in Taita Taveta, Honorable Speaker. And therefore I want to say the entire 370 billion, should all of it be channeled to health, to promote health, to build new facilities, to put equipment in those health facilities, and where possible to support the health workers to find so that they have everything that they need. Their monies, that whatever monies they need to get that money, that 370 affirmative fund should go into that sector, Honorable Speaker. I want to say, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, that devolution should be protected. And I want to stand as an advocate of protecting devolution, but I want to also warn a few individuals, particularly, let me warn CRA. When the first formula for marginalization policy was made, it identified 14 counties to have been marginalized since independence. Today, Honorable Speaker, we expanded out of the 14 counties. Today we're talking about 33 counties being marginalized. We're talking about 107 constituencies being marginalized. And therefore the marginalization money that was to go to 14 counties, it's been divided into very small amounts, and therefore does not do any meaningful activity, Honorable Speaker. I want to warn and say, the 12 counties that have been identified in this fourth basis of sharing revenue to counties, there should not be any dilution. There should never be an attempt to expand from 12 to any number, because we know that these 12 counties require these resources, they require this money, so that then they can grow in the same manner that as the other big counties are growing, Honorable Speaker. I want to conclude, Honorable Speaker, by saying I support this bill, I support this formula, and therefore, Honorable Speaker, we should always support the small counties to get more funding, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
It is very easy to know the members eyeing the seat of the governor in future. And then we can easily listen to them. The Honorable Gideon Ochanda, the MP for Bondo.
Mr. Speaker, eyeing the seat for governorship, I think I don't want to get in those troubles too early. Mr. Speaker, as I look forward to contributing properly to this motion, I want to remind ourselves and the entire House of a number of things. Definitely, there has to be a formula in terms of how we place resources horizontally. But besides that, in as much as the chair has brought us what the Senate has looked at, I want to believe and I want to say that there are many other things that are not yet looked at properly, which are factors that really need to be looked at. Number one are the constitutional considerations that we have. There are provisions in the Constitution in Article 203, and if you allow me to read one or two of them, Chair, is that consideration needs to be looked at in, for example, if you look at the factors that are given in the Constitution in Article 203, of specific concern is, for example, the need to ensure that county governments are able to perform the functions that are allocated to them. I think this is a factor that when we are looking at placement of revenue to counties, who is it that has ascertained? Who is it that has really computed in terms of what is it that the counties are supposed to be doing, their functions, the kind of functions that are already transferred, the value of those functions before we place resources in them. The other important factor that the Constitution provides that has not been looked at is the issue of the fiscal capacity and efficiency of the county governments. Again, the Revenue Allocation Commission needs to be looking at these things before we place money to these counties. The issue of capacity, fiscal capacity, the issue of efficiency. We have counties which are basically, which needs to be closed down. When you look at the issues of efficiency and the capacity, fiscal capacity. These are critical factors and they are constitutional provisions that we really need to really look at every single time that we are placing resources. The other thing, Chair, is the whole issue of every single time. Like 2 months ago, we placed more money to counties in the name of additional resources, additional funding to counties. We passed here a motion and we gave them more money. So at what stage do we consider or do we look at these additional monies that we place for counties when we are doing the horizontal placement of resources? That's a critical thing that needs to be looked at. The whole issue of additional, and look at it in terms of even the function that the national government is still doing for counties. Where are those monies? Where do we look at them? For example, the issue of markets. The markets alone this year or last year, we put together, we have placed a lot of money to markets, which are basically functions of the county governments that are being done by the national government. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, that we need to look at is the issue of grants. Each year, there are grants that are going to counties. But at the point of looking at which counties are getting what monies or what resources, nobody looks at the counties that have been getting grants. For example, Embu is here, is listed as one of those that needs to be looked at in a very positive way. But you look at the grants, you realize that Embu has had grants more than Busia in the past number of years. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is something that must be looked at in terms of where do we normally take our grants to. When we are talking about additional revenues, where do we take those additional revenues to? And all those are factors that must be looked at every single time that we are trying to look at the issue of placement of resources. The last one, Mr. Speaker, is we are placing resources to where Equalization Fund has also placed resources. The Constitution has provided in terms of Equalization Fund where some of these monies are supposed to go to. So how come that we are again placing money to counties based on factors that equalization money, equalization fund is being used for? Meaning that some of these places are getting more money or getting double monies because equalization fund gives the money, and on this other side, the issue of placement, horizontal placement of money also gives them money. So, Mr. Speaker, those are critical factors that we need to be looking at moving forward. Somebody is going to challenge us in court one time. How come we are not using the constitutional factors that are supposed to be looked at very keenly? How come we add more money after this kind of resources have already been placed? How come we have grants that are going to counties and we don't look at them? And how come, again, we place factors that are used by another fund for purposes of horizontal placement of funds, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honorable Tom Joseph Francis Kajuang, MP for Waraka.
Mr. Speaker, sir, even though I do not intend to marshal 2/3 of the House to surmount rejection of this bill, I must, however, speak to the negative. I find the formula that has been used by the Commission to be fairly simplistic. I think 15 years of constitutional dispensation, we needed to appraise and understand what statistical method would best suit the discussions about revenues shares. When you limit it to population and geographical and poverty index alone, a lot of other parameters, statistical parameters, may not be, may be left aside, which dovetail to production or development in a county. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise, after listening to the speakers before me, decry that why, for example, a capital city such as Nairobi be given such a huge amount in terms of revenue share. I want to come to defense of Nairobi, both because I come from Nairobi City, but because I also live and do business in Nairobi. Now, Nairobi is the apex. In terms of GDP, you develop places where factors of production are easily harnessed and easily developed to sustain a quick and robust changes into the GDP. Infrastructure, that is where you put your finest infrastructure, because the population is fairly industrial. The population is fairly active and productive. That is where thinking as a nation, not thinking as a sub-clan or as an entity, you must think of how to quickly develop your urban areas to bring for you the development you want. Mr. Speaker, I would expect that certain. Mr. Speaker, I thought I could get your attention on this. Mr. Speaker, I would expect such development parameters like development index, where other factors are considered like life expectancy, for example, like reproductive health, for example, like the fact that what are the factors of production that are in that county? What are the minerals are there? I wouldn't have a problem if Taita Taveta, for example, had some money because they need to produce those minerals they have there. I wouldn't mind if Turkana were given some more allocation because they needed to bring the oil that is suspected to be there. But if you simply disperse money because they are counties, because they have been defined in the Constitution, you may want to appease everybody, but you do not get into real development of a nation that result into an enhanced GDP. We must be thinking of a nation, although there is devolution, which then brings which then allows us to harness our rural folk, but we must be thinking as a nation. So even if, for example, Migori were to be the leaders in terms of springing us for GDP, take money in Migori and get Migori to give the whole country a shot towards Singapore. So in my view is that I think we need to have some intellectual discourse on these formulas. And I think we need to be patriotic as a nation more than we think we are small particles called the counties. And the last thing I think we need to do is we should put money where money will result into more money and real happiness. Sometimes real happiness is not about money. Sometimes real happiness is about social protection. Sometimes real money is about social justice. Just the other day, and we've seen it, young people are protesting around, running all over. It should worry you, it should concern you that social protection, social justice in Nairobi, for example, is a low indicator. So there are some of these things which we need to put together, although I admit that it is a fairly complex science, but I think that we need to put our minds into it so that we come to a more reasonable and an agreed formula. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, because I know Daktari knows that I do not have 2/3 to override this motion, I nonetheless leave it in the Hansard that somebody will consider that I, TJ Kajwang, had very, very robust criticism about the formula which is being used. Thank you so much.
The Honorable Dr. James Nyikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to actually support the report and this formula. I think it is actually an improvement of the formula that was used before, and I know how much work has been put into it. However, I think it has limitation, Mr. Speaker, because it's basically based on three things: population size, land size, and poverty index. Now, looking at poverty index is actually looking at the reverse. It would have been better to look at human development index, because that is what is telling you what people actually need. Poverty index is to a large extent telling you how much people are suffering without telling you very much what they need to do. And therefore, if we used human development index, which then will tell you how people are doing in terms of health, how people are doing in terms of education, how people are doing in terms of standard of living. For example, in health, you will use such figures as life expectancy as birth. And if you go into that, then you find out why is it that people are living shorter. In this country, if you go to, you find that in Nyanza, probably the life expectancy is much shorter than it is in the central parts of the country. And you ask why. Then you think of years of school. By the age of 25, how long have people been in school and what have they actually achieved? And then you look at per capita income. I think those will give you a much more robust indicator or index. And then you can actually use really practical things, like you will use distance to health centers. How far do people walk in a given county to the nearest health center? The amount of tarmac roads in kilometers per individual. Those are actually much more direct way of looking at, and they give you, if you look at tarmac roads, then you can actually say how much more do we need of tarmac roads. If you look at the distance to health facilities, you then actually can come out and say these are the number of health facilities we need in this area, so these people will need this. So I think as much as they're using poverty index, I would say they should work next time with the human development index and then look at the components of the human development index that will give you direct input that you need to actually use to estimate the amount of income, the amount of money that should be given the county. But, Mr. Speaker, much more important is how the money is used. Every time we stand here, Mr. Speaker, we talk of corruption in the counties, corruption in the counties. True, I've looked at that. To me, what has changed a lot since devolution is actually the number of very expensive houses that you see in the countryside. And when you ask most of them, you find these people are actually working in counties. And I say, well, at least something has happened. So we talk of that corruption, but there's one thing we don't look at. What about the systems? The systems do help us to actually reduce corruption. We cannot eliminate them, but we reduce corruption. Financial systems. It is just last week we were actually talking of the financial systems that we use in the county. We have the bigger Public Finance Act, but how well are people trained on this? If you look at procurement systems, how well are people trained at the county level in this? If you look at human resource. Now, I'll give an example of health sector which I'm familiar with. I think of devolved functions, the function that has the largest number of human resource at the county level is health. And it is so complex, and that's why we have these issues. Now, if you look at training, we have a school of government, and there's only one in the country. One would have expected that at this time, we should actually have several schools of government in various parts because of devolution, so that these officers actually, officers at the county level get the appropriate training. We compare county governments with the national government. The national government has been in existence for over 100 years. So the experience that has been gathered and the number of people who have that experience in national government is huge. County governments have just been here for about 10 years. However much we expect them to gather experience, we need a lot more intensive training for these counties. Another thing that is coming very clear, like in this, they are figuring out the 12 counties because they are small. The size of counties also matter, Mr. Speaker, because personally I believe that the counties we have are too small. And the evidence is that the counties themselves are now coming with regional blocks. They have realized that if we need to be more prospective, be more productive, we need to be larger. They are telling us, so we ask in Naivasha, how did we get to this number 47? Well, I know it may be now very difficult to go back and say, can we go back to the 8 that were originally proposed? So these are issues that actually we must keep looking at. The other issue is that the raising of own revenue. I think we should put an index in this distribution formula that indicates how much own revenue has a county raised. And then we actually reward those who are doing well on raising their own funds, probably should get more so that there's an incentive. Otherwise, what happens, we don't work on the raising our own revenue. We want to depend to a large extent what comes from this formula. So, Mr. Speaker, I've said before and I say now, we had a committee for the implementation of the Constitution, which was to a large extent legal, which then actually died, which was term was over. Then we came with the transition authority, then we now intergovernmental. This House actually has a committee on implementation of the Constitution. And I think we should regularly be looking at what we need to do. How are the structures? How are the performances? If every time we are having MCAs working very hard to impeach governors, what are the factors behind it? So if the governors are not, if the counties are not performing, what are the factors that are there? And then we can then review the whole issue of county governance with these facts that we have in mind. So I think this is a fairly scientific and very difficult formula they are working on, but it can give a basis for regular review of how devolution is working. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Thank you. The Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu, MP for Kitui Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I want to join my colleagues in commenting on this fourth generation formula. And as I do that, I want from the word go to say that if I was able to move the numbers, I would have opposed this formula. But now that we'll not be able to move the numbers, let's go on record on a number of issues. Honorable Speaker, sharing of public resources has never been an easy assignment. In some countries, it actually triggers war. In some countries, it causes serious conflicts because resources generally is what determines how areas or regions are going to develop. Honorable Speaker, I've looked at the factors being considered in this fourth generation formula. And I've had the privilege of looking at all the previous three. And now this is the fourth generation. And if you analyze from the first one to the fourth one, they have always been dropping some things and bringing on board new ones. They have been changing the factor, what we call like now the percentages in terms of contribution. And that has had some impact in terms of what goes, how much each county gets. One thing I must appreciate the current formula for, Honorable Speaker, is to ensure that as we move to the future, no county will get less than what they have been getting in the past. That is important. But Honorable Speaker, just taking you back to the history of this country, there was a system paper number 10 of 1965, which was a paper on African socialism and its application to planning in Kenya. What did that paper do? That paper was emphasizing on developing high potential areas in this country. And it means in terms of resource allocation, public resources were pushed to those areas which were seen to be high potential. So from the word go, there was skewness in resource allocation. And as a result of that, Honorable Speaker, you find some regions are marginalized. And that's why we came up with the Equitable Equalization Fund. So what are we saying, Honorable Speaker? We are saying, by design, some parts of this country have remained poor for some time. And that's why poverty rates are very high. So in such a situation, the reason we have been pushing for poverty rates to be high in these terms of percentage is so that we help these areas to come up. But now, as you can see, Honorable Speaker, if you look at the percentages being allocated to poverty levels, it has kept on reducing every year. And what has happened, Honorable Speaker, is now that we are going back to pushing population to be the leading factor. But Honorable Speaker, through this paper number 10 of 1965, because those areas were developed, what happened? People migrated from marginalized area to high potential areas. So in terms of population, automatically, population of those areas is very high. So what we are going, Honorable Speaker, through this formula, this fourth generation, we actually almost like now coming back to the system of paper number 10 of 1965 in terms of our planning. And that's it to be, I say, when you give population a figure of 45% of the resources, Honorable Speaker, you have been unfair to the rest of the country. Why am I saying that? There are areas like this area where the geographic area is so big that providing services and goods to these areas is a tall order. But now we are downgrading population, geographical area, and upgrading population. So, Honorable Speaker, what will happen with the time is this country, counties which have a big area in terms of a geographical area, will never develop at the same pace with countries which have high population. I'm having in mind, Honorable Speaker, areas like northeastern part of this country, southeastern part of this country, north lifts of this country. Those areas will remain always marginalized because we are once more pushing resources to areas where the population is high. So if I had my own way, Honorable Speaker, I would have wanted to see the percentage which is pegged to population being reduced and increasing the percentage in geographical area. The other important area, Honorable Speaker, is if you look at our constitution, it says very clearly that resources should be shared in a way that each county is able to implement the functions of the county. One thing we have not done as a country is we have not costed devolved functions fully. And where we attempted to cost devolved function, that was about 10 years ago. Things have changed. Honorable Speaker, the price of the unit of electricity 2013 is not the same as the price of the unit of electricity today. So we need a situation where we need to sit and say, for counties to be effective in implementation of their functions, how much is required for counties in totality, so that we cost all the functions and say we require 700 billion. Now, on the basis of that, we allocate the 700 billion and then see how to share it. But the Honorable Speaker, as we said, if you look at just the immediate, the third generation formula, issues of health were factored in, issues of agriculture were factored in, issues of roads development were factored in. Now they have all disappeared. Honorable Speaker, you'll be surprised. An area like, take an example of Garissa. If you look at the roads of Garissa in terms of development, they have no roads. They have what we call just parts, being called roads. So at what point shall we develop roads in Garissa, in Mandera, in Kitui, in Makueni, if we don't factor in the level of infrastructural development in our sharing formula? These are the issues, Honorable Speaker. But you realize that because it looks like we are still pushing so hard for where people are, we agree that we continue being left behind. The issue of corruption, we all talk about it here. How do you address corruption when you omit or when you exclude fiscal responsibility as a factor in sharing resources? That you don't care how people use the resources before you give them more resources. I would have wished to see a situation where fiscal responsibility becomes an important factor in sharing resources, so that those who take care of public resources are given more. Those who misapply or misdirect are given less. And then we'll have more people joining the club of those who people use public resources well. But for now, it doesn't matter whether I use well or I don't use well, I'll still get resources based on this formula. So I wish we had a way of opening up this formula and improving the situation. But since you can't raise the truth, Honorable Speaker, we can only say we live with this formula for the next 5 years, and those who are marginalized can continue being marginalized. Those who are developed, let them continue being developed. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Yusuf Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also add my voice to this revenue allocation bill. Mr. Speaker, as my colleagues have already said, if I was able today to garner the 2/3 majority to reject this bill, I could have done it. But unfortunately, now that I can't do it and it has already gone further, I am just forced to support this bill. However, Mr. Speaker, I must make my reservations for the records. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution has outlined policies and guidelines on how resources are shared between the two levels of government. However, despite well-formulated guidelines, Mr. Speaker, on revenue sharing, there has been a delay of agreeing on the amount to be allocated to the two levels of government because of certain interests. Mr. Speaker, the parameters or the factors used to determine the sharing of the revenue is quite alarming, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you make one of the factors of revenue allocation to the county government as the population index, which is based on 2019 Kenyan census, this clearly shows you how people don't care about certain parts of this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we all know 2019 census was cooked in the interior office by some crooks who pretended to be the census those who are doing the census, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some areas have been deliberately marginalized, and their numbers have been tempered and reduced by 3/4, Mr. Speaker. The same parameters has been used to allocate resources to the same counties which were marginalized for decades, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 2019 census is in the corridors of court. The counties, the ASAL counties, have went to court to challenge the decision of the Kenya Bureau of Statistics, Kenya Population and Housing Census. And that ruling was kept, that census was set aside, Mr. Speaker. Using nullified census as a parameter to allocate resources to certain counties is not acceptable, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this will take this country, or return this country, to secessional paper number 1 of 1963, which was deliberate attempt to marginalize specific areas, to deny them their rightful resources in this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other issue is about geographical size of being a factor, but putting it as 10%, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what are we using these resources?
What is out of order, Honorable Jematia?
Mr. Speaker, I'm standing on the 95. Considering that this formula, and I want to agree with members who have spoken on the floor, that this is a good debate, but considering that we are debating on the formula, and for us to conclude and vote, we need a substantial number in the House. And looking at now the floor, we don't have enough. So either way, I would request the Honorable Speaker that you may call the mover to reply. Thank you. Under Standing Order 95.
The Honorable Jematia, I will seek the decision of the House on the matter you have raised once the member speaking concludes.
Correct. Correct, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for protecting me from Honorable Jematia for cutting me off. Mr. Speaker, I was on the point of geographical size being used. It is good to use the geographical size as a factor. However, capping it to 10% is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what are we going to use this money for? Allocating money to counties. Why are we devolving resources? That is the first question we need to ask ourselves. We are devolving resources to develop each and every village of this country, Mr. Speaker. For a village to have a tarmac road, Mr. Speaker, it needs to have resources, Mr. Speaker. If, Mr. Speaker, you are not considering the length of a road, or if you are not considering the distance of hospitals at the village level, Mr. Speaker, what are you going to use this money for, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I thought geographical size could have been the number one factor to use to determine the sharing of resources, Mr. Speaker, so that those parts which are not developed are developed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some parts which are already getting the junk of the money, or this bill is favoring, are already developed from 1963 up to date, Mr. Speaker. They have roads, they have tapped water, Mr. Speaker. They have tarmac roads, Mr. Speaker. They have hospitals, Mr. Speaker. But those areas, Mr. Speaker, that have been marginalized for quite a while, and their geographical size is much bigger, which I believe doesn't even have 1 kilometer of tarmac road, has still been marginalized in this revenue sharing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as much as I have all those reservations, but still, the amount allocated is better than the years before, Mr. Speaker. Some people are still talking about corruption. Corruption is everywhere, and we are not condoning this country. We must stand as members of parliament for this country. It is upon us and the rest of Kenyans to stop corruption, Mr. Speaker. We will not allow hard-earned money to go into waste, Mr. Speaker. 85% of these resources, Mr. Speaker, is going to the national government. And the same marginalized areas, they are not even getting 1% of the 85% of the money that is left at the national government, Mr. Speaker. How do we make those counties that are marginalized with a bigger geographical area, with their population, census population manipulated by people who wanted to marginalize those areas, to come up at a par with the rest of the counties, Mr. Speaker. With those few remarks, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, honorable members. The Honorable Jematia stood in a place and asked for the decision of the House on whether the mover should be called to reply. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the members for debating this bill in the manner that they have done, and more particularly offering very strong criticism of the bill. Honorable Speaker, this report which I have just tabled is a report which has come from the Senate.
Is that the Honorable Mudhoni wa Muchomba? Asumbi girls is in the house. I want you to sit before they are recognized. And keep order, please. The Honorable Atandi.
Honorable Speaker, some of the issues that have been raised by members include the failure by this report to include physical discipline as a parameter for consideration of revenue sharing among counties. Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with those people who are saying that this is a very, very important parameter that should have been used. But, Honorable Speaker, the argument that was advanced by the Senate when they appeared before us to defend this report is that, Honorable Speaker, there are some governors that are not physically disciplined in the way they are managing their finances. But the Senate felt that denying the people the resources on the account of a poor manager of a governor was not going to be prudent. So, Honorable Speaker, this formula allowed this parameter to be removed from consideration, so that if one governor is not financially disciplined, that should not be used to deny a whole county resources. The other factor that has been raised, Honorable Speaker, was some members who were questioning why only 12 counties were identified and for use in the new formula. The few counties, the 12 counties, Honorable Speaker, are small counties. And that is the reason why this affirmative action has been employed on them. The reason being, Honorable Speaker, that for the two important parameters, population and geographical size, these two parameters give these counties very little resources. That in the end, these counties do not have resources to undertake development programs. That is why they were identified for affirmative action in this new formula, so that they will be able to receive some money extra to allow them to undertake development programs. Honorable Speaker, With those many remarks, I would like to reply. Thank you.
Honorable members, I want to put the question. Before I do, let me once again notify you that the numbers required for you to negative this motion are not existent. So I'll be putting the question, the way your voices go, the ayes will have it. And so I put the question. Honorable members, I put the question that taking into consideration the findings of the Budget and Appropriations Committee in its report on the consideration of the fourth basis for revenue sharing for county governments, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 19th June 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 217, Sub-Article 1, and Sub-Article 4 of the Constitution and allocation of the share of national revenue among the counties, this House concurs with the Senate and approves the fourth basis for the annual allocation of the share of national revenue to the county level of government for the financial years 2025-2026 to 2029-2030 without amendments as follows. Roman 1, for the county equitable share below Kenya shillings 415 billion, county allocation equal to, in bracket, baseline allocation ratio times Kenya shillings 387.425 billion plus, in bracket, Kenya shillings 3 billion shared equally among the identified 12 counties plus, in bracket, 0.45 times population index plus, in bracket, 0.35 times equal share index plus, in bracket, 0.12 times poverty index plus, into brackets, 0.08 times geographical size index times, into bracket, county equitable share minus Kenya shillings 390.425 billion. Roman 2, for county equitable share of Kenya shillings 415 billion and above, county allocation shall be equal to, into bracket, baseline allocation ratio times Kenya shillings 387.425 billion plus, into bracket, 4.46 billion shared equally among the identified 12 counties plus, into bracket, 0.45 by population index plus, into bracket, 0.35 by equal share index plus 0.5 by poverty index plus, into bracket, 0.08 by geographical size index times county equitable share minus Kenya shillings 391.89 billion, where Roman 1, baseline allocation ratio is equal to the allocation factor derived from each county's allocation of the financial year 2024-2025. Roman 2, the 12 identified counties are Elgeyo Marakwet, Embu, Isiolo, Kirinyaga, Laikipia, Lamu, Nyamira, Nyandarua, Samburu, Taita Taveta, Tharaka Nithi, and Vihiga. Roman 3, the population index is based on the 2019 Kenya National Population and Housing Census, KPHC. Roman 4, the poverty index is based on the 2022 Kenya Poverty Report by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, KNBS. And Roman 5, geographical size is capped at 10%. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Yeah, next order. But before the next order, let me recognize the following institutions that are visiting the National Assembly, the House of the Parliament of Kenya. We have in the House Good Shepherd Academy from Mwala constituency, Machakos County. And then we have Asumbi Girls from Rangwe constituency, Homa Bay County. Honorable members, Homa Bay County is my county, and Asumbi Girls is the school of my mother. My mother was a pioneer student at Asumbi Girls when it started as a primary school. I therefore, on behalf of the National Assembly, would like to welcome those two institutions to the House of Parliament in their study tour. And on behalf of all of us, I'll allow the minority whip, the minority whip, the Honorable Millie Odhiambo Mabona, good girl, not bad girl today, to welcome both institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I'm always a bad girl because good girls don't get the corner office. And the girls who have come before the House must know that for you to make it in life, you have to be a bad girl. But you have to be a bad girl in a good way. You have to be a bad girl by speaking out when there are wrong things going on. You must be a bad girl by saying no to bad things or people forcing you to do wrong things. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to welcome the two schools from Machakos and from Homa Bay County. Mr. Speaker, my two sisters went to school in Asumbi Girls, so I'm very connected and linked to Asumbi Girls. And one of my sisters, who is now working in California, who was also a student there, has also taught in Asumbi Girls. So it's one of our best schools. The girls are doing well, and I just want to indicate, Mr. Speaker, that they are very happy to have women who are examples and they can emulate. In Homa Bay County, the governor, Honorable Gladys Wanga, is a woman. No, she didn't go to Asumbi, but she's the governor and she's a woman. Mr. Speaker, there are a member of parliament who has requested, Mr. Speaker, if she can be allowed. She's been waiting since morning for this school. If she'll be allowed, because she had to run, she's even having a problem with her voice, but she's on her way. So Honorable Lillian Gogo, Honorable Dr. Lillian Gogo, is also a woman. And yours truly, Millie Odhiambo, is also a woman, bad girl. And also the women rep, Honorable Dr. Bensouda, is also a woman. And Honorable Dr. Ivo Barra is also a woman. Mr. Speaker, we have said that people, the men in our constituency, are the ones who will be having problem, because even me, I'm doing my PhD now. So only we will soon just be hearing Peter Kaluma. Martina Wayne. But the rest of us will be Honorable Dr. Millie Odhiambo, Honorable Dr. Ivo Barra, Honorable Dr. Lillian Gogo. There she's come, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, we are very happy to see the women, both from Machakos and here. And we want to tell you how far you go is really up to you. It's not dependent on your circumstances. You can overcome. Welcome to the National Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll have problems because I don't have doctorate yet. I come from Homa Bay. Now that Honorable Lillian Gogo has arrived, members allow me to allow Honorable Dr. Lillian Gogo to welcome the students from our best school in the country, actually. Honorable Dr. Lillian Gogo. Do you have doctorate by any chance? No, you are not recognized. Dr. Lillian Gogo, proceed. It is time for only women with doctorate.
I want to thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Speaker, I must also pronounce myself to the fact that you also are a great grandson of Asumbi National School that is represented here. And the Honorable Jalango is also telling me, Honorable Speaker, that I must indicate that is also associated with Asumbi National School that is here by dint of coming from Homa Bay County. I want to celebrate all our students who have come to visit the National Assembly, and specifically, Honorable Speaker, allow me to celebrate Asumbi National School for what Asumbi is, for exemplary performance in the national exams and extracurricular activities. But I also want to say this on Asumbi National School, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Asumbi National School is one particular
The Honorable
school.
Dr. Lillian Gogo will be heard in silence.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for your protection. Thank you. Thank you. My majority leader, the Honorable Ichungwa, you don't have a PhD, so just sit down. Thank you. Thank you. Asumbi National School, Honorable Speaker, takes care of girls with good brains who are called to other national schools and probably are unable to raise their fare to the various schools across the country. When I approached the principal, the chief principal of Asumbi National School, my dear Lynette Pino Sati, may the Lord bless you, may the Lord bless Asumbi. All our brilliant girls are absorbed in that particular school. So I want to appreciate you. Welcome to the National Assembly. And I know that we have very many leaders seated there, other than being in the echelon of political leadership. I know we have leaders in business seated there. I know we have leaders in medicines and engineering and also in law seated there. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, and I appreciate the time you have given me. I thank you.
What is out of
Asumbi
order, the
karibu.
Honorable Gadoni wa Muchomba?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I raised my hand when my sister and my very good colleague, the Honorable Dr. Lillian Gogo, was submitting. And she alluded to the fact that Honorable Jalango is connected to Asumbi girls as one of those that are associated. I needed a clarification. Is Honorable Jalango an alumni of Asumbi girls? We need to be clarified properly, because we are worried if he's an alumni, then things might change in this afternoon.
The Honorable Dr. Lillian Gogo, what is the relationship between the Honorable Jalango with Asumbi girls, our best girls' school?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank my sister, the Honorable Dr. Gadoni wa Muchomba. She just wanted me also to acknowledge that she also has a PhD, because the floor this afternoon is for PhDs, and she's literally transformed into orange. Welcome to the party of the people. I want to thank you very much. This is how the Honorable Jalango is related to Asumbi National School. I used some very simple English, and I said that he's related to Asumbi National School by dint of coming from Homa Bay. I think that is the English that she did not get. But the Honorable Jalango comes from Homa Bay County, where Asumbi is located. And Asumbi National School is only 20 kilometers from Homa Bay town. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
At the risk of diluting the doctorate degrees, because we transact the next business, and just on a special request, the Honorable Lillian Rennie, for 1 minute only to welcome all the students, then we go to the next order. The Honorable Irene Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First of all, there's nothing you're diluting.
I am just but only doing my second degree. I have the advantage of age, so I'll get there to the PhD like the rest. My second degree is in law. But Honorable Speaker, I want to just do a special welcome to the students who are here, and especially Asumbi girls, and to my niece, who is part of the team, Amara Aluodo, who I have known since she was 7 days old. So because I know she is also wants to come here one day and be a member of parliament, I just want to wish her and all the others the very best. She is now doing her Form 4, about to sit for exams. So all the best to all of them, and we appreciate you girls. And don't worry, we will get there. Doctorates, it's coming.
Yeah, honorable members, you allow the House to debate Asumbi and the schools. I know we will debate up to tomorrow, because there is a way we are connected. We are all connected to Asumbi. I want us, therefore, to transact business. Does Honorable Jalango have PhD? Yeah, then you can proceed for 1 minute only.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to take this opportunity to welcome all the students, and especially Asumbi girls from the county where I was born and bred. I went to Lake Primary School, where so many girls from Lake Primary School, Homa Bay, went and joined the Honorable Asumbi girls. Now, this was the school that most girls dreamt to go from the county. And they have continued to excel in the exams and show the same spirit that we had those days. And we hope that they will continue the same. And one message that I want to tell them is that it does not matter where you come from. You know how Homa Bay was then. Honorable Mili can tell you, we grew up in Homa Bay together. And a lady or a girl going to a Asumbi girl was a prestigious thing. It is still prestigious, and it will always be. Welcome, my girls from Asumbi girls. Karibuni sana to the assembly. Asante.
Well, all visiting schools and students are welcome to the House during their learning tour. Call the next order now.
Order number 12, the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2025. Second reading.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, before I move the bill for a second reading, is again to take this time also to welcome these great girls to National Assembly, and also to inform them, as the great county of Nakuru, we are also bestowed and gifted with very many elected women leaders, starting from the Honorable Martha Wangari, the MP for Gilgil, the Honorable Jane Kihara, MP for Naivasha, the Honorable Irene Murembo, the MP for Bahati, the Honorable Charity Kathambi, the MP for Njoro, our Governor Susan Kihika, our Senator Tabitha Keroche. They call us the county of girls. So it is to show you that women have power and they can fight alongside men and win seats. So even for you, emirate from the great ladies of Homa Bay and the great ladies of Nakuru, and I'm confident that you'll become great leaders in this Republic of Kenya. And to caution our brothers and sisters from Central Kenya, when it is an issue of grammar, we need to be very careful not to pick a fight with our brothers and sisters from the lakeside, because we will lose that fight for sure. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Virtual Assets Providers Bill, National Assembly number 15 of 2025, be now read a second time. Yes, as Honorable Mushomba has witnessed at the floor of this House this afternoon. Honorable Speaker, this bill was published on the 17th of March and given to the Departmental Committee of Finance and National Planning for its consideration. Honorable Speaker, before I get to the nitty-gritties, I want to share with you a few leading quotes from business people across the world. Warren Fink, the CEO of BlackRock, reminds us that virtual assets are reshaping the entire financial landscape, and there is a huge opportunities for interactions. Again, one of the most respected names in this particular space is one David Solomon, who says that cryptocurrencies have defined what it means to store and transfer value. Honorable Speaker, it's important to mention that Kenya is ranked number 3 in Africa on on-chain weighted transaction volume. In the last 1 year, Kenya traded $2 billion in decentralized protocols, liquidity aggregation, and synthetic platforms this year, Honorable Speaker. We have approximately 6.1 million users who use EV capabilities, chain tokens, bridges, wrapped BTCs, gas abstracted stablecoins, and ZK roll-up deployment, Honorable Speaker. We have a potential in this space to generate at least $1 billion in terms of foreign direct investment. With the passage of this law, Honorable Speaker, this law has a potential to create at least 25,000 jobs in Kenya in the next 1 year, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we look forward to this new technology, blockchain technology, tokenization, being used to solve one of the challenges we have in this country, Honorable Speaker, like budgetary allocation, Honorable Speaker. The control of budget estimates that we have approximately 550 billion shillings worth of pending bills. Honorable Speaker, I look forward to when this can be tokenized. And we have people across Kenya and globally, Honorable Speaker, contribute to this particular space without having to constrain the exchequer, given the limited physical space we have, Honorable Speaker, on our budget. The question then is, Honorable Speaker, what are we doing as a nation to embrace this novel innovation in finance that the world is already embracing? Well, at the very least, if this House considers and passes this bill, Kenya will now be the 4th country in Africa to do so by maintaining our progressive spirit of building Kenya to be the Silicon Savannah. Honorable Speaker, virtual assets are digital representation of value that are created. Usually by mining, they are traded or transferred in digital sphere, often using the blockchain or other forms of distributed ledger technologies, simply known as DLTs. Their uses are many. They can be used as a medium of exchange, as a unit of account, as a store of value, or even for investment purposes with specific digital ecosystems and across broader financial systems, depending on their structure and application. So, Honorable Speaker, then with the question begs, should we regulate these assets? Honorable Speaker, Kenya has witnessed a remarkable rise in cryptocurrency adoption, with over 10 million citizens now holding one form of a digital asset or another. There is a significant engagement in peer-to-peer cryptocurrency trading, which has earned Kenya a top position in the global ranking for trading volume and leading position in overall cryptocurrency activity, according to China Analysis Global Crypto Adoption Index of 2023. Honorable Speaker, this growth demonstrates a substantial interest in participation in digital assets, especially amongst young Kenyans, those showcasing the sector's potential within the economy. Over the past few years, our traditional financial regulators, particularly the central bank, the Capital Markets Authority, have over time adopted a cautious stance towards virtual assets. For instance, in both 2015 and 2022, the central bank issued a cautionary notice to financial institutions against engaging with cryptocurrencies, stating that they are not recognized as legal tender. But, Mr. Speaker, here we are realizing that burying our heads in the sand is not tenable anymore. In this regard, the National Treasury now has prepared this bill before us, which was sponsored by the Leader of Majority. Honorable Speaker, when I was elected during my first term in 2017 into this Honorable House, in 2018, it was on record, I raised a question to the then Governor of Central Bank of Kenya, asking what measures is Central Bank and National Treasury doing to prepare themselves on this issue of Bitcoins, blockchain technology, and cryptocurrency, Honorable Speaker. The response from the then Central Bank Governor said that cryptocurrency, blockchain technology, digital assets were passing clouds, was a fad that will fade away. I am happy that at Kenya now we have seen it is no longer a fad that's going to fade away. Digital assets, Bitcoins, blockchain technology, cryptos, and all that space, including Ethereum and all, and stable coins, and all that space, Honorable Speaker, on digital assets, is no longer a fad that's fading away. The reality is now here with us. The scope of this bill, Honorable Speaker, is designated to regulate all persons or entities who are engaging in offering virtual asset services within or from Kenya. This will apply to companies incorporated under Kenyan law or foreign companies duly recognized under the Companies Act and which are licensed to provide virtual assets as defined in the bill in the first schedule. However, this will deliberately exclude certain categories of digital representation to avoid overregulation or financial or non-financial purely utilized-based digital products. Exempted from this bill and act, if passed by this Honorable House, are digital representations that function solely within a closed ecosystem, such as in-game currencies that cannot be transferred, exchange for fiat money, or traded outside the issuer's platform, as well as central bank-issued digital currencies. Certain non-fungible tokens not used for payment or investment purposes, and other digital representations expressly excluded by the relevant authority, Honorable Speaker. This the bill, Honorable Speaker, carefully defines the scope and ensures that only those virtual asset activities posing financial, consumer, or systematic risks fall under the regulatory oversight. This is done while preserving innovation and limiting unnecessary regulation burden on other digital technologies. This focus, Honorable Speaker, is particularly relevant given past incidences in Kenya, where the lack of regulation in virtual asset space has exposed consumers to harm and loss. To give an example, Honorable Speaker, thousands of Kenyans were affected by the collapse of cryptocurrency platform Bitstream Cycle in 2023. Investors lost millions of shillings from this platform when it was abruptly shut down without warning. Bitstream Cycle had operated without any regulatory oversight, promising high returns through digital currency investments, yet it was neither licensed nor monitored by any Kenyan authority. Such cases highlight the dangers of unregulated virtual assets services and demonstrates the need for clear legal framework like the one the bill is introducing to make sure we safeguard the funds of the members of the public. Any person or entity intending to engage in virtual assets must now formally apply to the relevant authority, either through the Capital Markets Authority, the Central Bank of Kenya, and the new entity this bill is proposing to create, the Virtual Assets Regulatory Authority, Honorable Speaker. This bill will form strong emphasis on the prevention and management of conflict of interest among licensed virtual asset providers, which we call VASPs. Under this bill, VASPs are required to establish and maintain effective internal policies and procedures designed to identify, to mitigate, and manage potential actual conflict of interest that may arise, for example, and are required to report this to the authority and the regulator, Honorable Speaker. Virtual assets, Honorable Speaker, that simultaneously acts as a broker for their client must clearly separate those roles to avoid manipulating trade outcomes on its advantages. And where conflicts are unavoidable, Honorable Speaker, they will be required to report to the authority. This bill is going to impose enforcement action for contravening any of the provisions of this law, including fines, Honorable Speaker, that are clearly defined in the schedules provided, Honorable Speaker, as per our report. This bill is providing a clear mechanism, Honorable Speaker, for appeal. So where you go to apply for a license to the regulator and you're not issued with a license, then this bill provides for not just timelines for when the regulator must respond to you on what documents are required, on whether or not you're going to be issued with a license or not, but also provides timelines, Honorable Speaker, for when they're supposed to issue licenses. This, Honorable Speaker, is meant to cure where this Honorable House has passed laws that would require, for example, particular entities or authorities to license entities, but those entities take years before they are issued with a license, Honorable Speaker. In addition, Honorable Speaker, the bill is also providing for the Cabinet Secretary to issue further regulations. Because from experience, Honorable Speaker, such new entity we may not be able to capture everything that's needed for it in law. And therefore, we are now requiring, Honorable Speaker, within 6 months, that the Cabinet Secretary must issue regulations, Honorable Speaker, to further regulate this particular sector, Honorable Speaker. One of the most significant advantages that we're going to experience with blockchain technology is its decentralized nature. Unlike, Honorable Speaker, traditional financial systems that rely on central authorities, blockchain operates on a distributed ledger maintained by a network of nodes. This decentralization reduces the risk of single points of failure and enhances the security and resilience of financial systems. Kraken, for example, one of the global leaders, has partnered with DeFi Development Corp to tokenize shares on the Solana blockchain, which is demonstrating the potential of decentralized finance to integrate traditional assets in the blockchain ecosystems. Mr. Speaker, I am hoping that this bill will make this reality in Kenya. Blockchain transparency is another critical feature that is that sets it apart from conventional financial systems. Honorable Speaker, every transaction on a blockchain is recorded on a public ledger, which can be audited by anyone. This transparency helps to build trust among users and reduces the potential for fraud and corruption. By tokenizing government securities, platforms like Coinbase can provide real-time visibility into the ownership, the transfer of these assets, and therefore enhance trust and accountability. I hope one day we get to be a country where we can use these particular entities, Honorable Speaker, to safeguard even our public assets. Honorable Speaker, things like the faking and the issuing of duplicate title deeds, Honorable Speaker, can be easily resolved using blockchain technology, where any attempt to change title deed, Honorable Speaker, of any particular property can easily be notified. No, it can easily be detected because it will be impossible to do so using, Honorable Speaker, the blockchain technology that exists. The immutability of blockchain records ensure that once a transaction is recorded, it cannot be altered or deleted. This feature is very crucial in maintaining the integrity of financial records and prevents tampering. Soon, we will need to discuss amending our land network, Honorable Speaker, having our procurement laws and our procurement processes use blockchain technology so that we ensure that the fraud that is used, Honorable Speaker, in our procurement systems is not done. And this is possible using blockchain technology. This legislation is to democratize access to investment opportunities through access to tokenized investment tools. By breaking down assets into smaller, more affordable units, tokenization allows a broader range of investors to participate in markets that are previously inaccessible. Honorable Speaker, for example, for you to own a parcel of land in Kenya, you need to own the whole piece of land. Using tokenization, it will therefore now be possible for Kenyans across the economic, Honorable Speaker, to own part of that property and gain, Honorable Speaker, profit from that particular interest, Honorable Speaker. For now, for you to buy a piece of land, you probably need to buy a 50 by 100 or 1 acre or 1 hectare, whatever it is, Honorable Speaker. But it is possible to have this land being accessible to young people in this country, Honorable Speaker, through those small units and have them get a considerable return, Honorable Speaker, on the investment. The efficiency of this blockchain is another compelling advantage that as a country we should tap to. Traditional financial transactions often involve multiple intermediaries, leading to delays and increased costs. Honorable Speaker, it will be important to remind ourselves how, for example, the blockchain technology and, for example, the Bitcoin was launched. During the financial system breakdown in the US, Honorable Speaker, we had banks in the need to compete to issue mortgages, issued mortgages to almost every American. And consequently, what happened? The cost of those houses, considering the force of demand and supply, the price of those houses fell lower than the mortgage amount that was mortgaged to these particular institutions. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, this led to the collapse of the entire financial system in the United States of America, Honorable Speaker. And this is what now these young people who are accountants, financial analysts, and computer scientists wonder, how can we preserve value for assets without necessarily, Honorable Speaker, having to use intermediaries? This particular technology that we're talking about, this digital assets, Honorable Speaker, is now providing that space where you will no longer need an intermediary, Honorable Speaker, to store value for your asset. And Honorable Speaker is going to reduce all the fraud that occurs in that particular space, Honorable Speaker. This technology will support development for what we call smart contracts, which are self-executing contracts with the terms of the agreement directly written into a code. Smart contracts can automate various financial processes and reduce the need for manual intervention and minimize the risk of human error. As we style ourselves as a Silicon Valley, we need to enable this framework, Honorable Speaker, and this is our opportunity. Honorable Speaker, one of the issues that we see, matters of litigation across the country, is in terms of contracts that are not being honored. Now, using this technology, Honorable Speaker, we can have smart contracts, Honorable Speaker, that get to mature and whatever is supposed to be executed is executed through technology, Honorable Speaker, without having to have any human intervention, and therefore this will even reduce the litigation that goes around in our court system, Honorable Speaker, for unhonored contracts. I don't want to belabor the point anymore, but let me underscore that the potential for innovation in blockchain technology is vast and will create immense opportunities for our economy, including creation of jobs. As the opportunity continues to evolve, new applications and use cases are emerging. For example, the integration of blockchain with other technologies such as artificial intelligence and Internet of Things are creating new opportunities for financial innovation, and as a nation, we should not be left behind. This regulatory framework landscape, Honorable Speaker, for blockchain and virtual asset is evolving. Now, governments and regulatory bodies increasingly recognize the potential use of these technologies. In Africa, as I said, we'll be the 4th nation to pass this law. And I call upon this House to support the bill and the amendments that this committee is going to bring to the House. Honorable Speaker, One World's CEO, Jamie Dimon, said that the blockchain is a financial challenge of our time. It is going to change the way our financial world operates. A few years ago, Honorable Speaker, few people sat and discussed the creation of M-Pesa. And the then Vodacom, Honorable Speaker, said, it is impossible. Everyone uses bank, relies on the banking system, and we cannot have money being transferred through phones. Apart from a few people who were in that room, the likes of Michael Joseph and others that improve on that technology said, no, it is possible. A few young Kenyans were tasked to create that platform. And now, much more money is traded, is exchanged on M-Pesa than any other financial system in Kenya. Blockchain technology, virtual assets, is the new M-Pesa. A lot of transactions globally are not now happening through the traditional banking systems. They're not happening through mobile exchanges. They're happening through virtual assets. And I hope and pray that this Honorable House will make Kenya to lead so that we attract FDI for institutions to come up and set up in Kenya and expand to the rest of Africa, making Kenya the Silicon Valley of virtual assets, Honorable Speaker. Let us not be scared of new technologies. Let us not be afraid of these new technologies. Let's embrace them, let's promote them, let's support them, and make sure that you are not left behind by the rest of the world. With those many remarks, I beg to move and request my senior, the leader of Majority Party, and the great member for the great people of Kikuyu constituency to second. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Leader of Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to second this virtual assets service providers bill, and has been ably moved by the chair of the Finance and National Planning Committee that considered this bill. Honorable Speaker, as you have said, Kenya is indeed a beacon of innovation and growth in Africa in the sector of financial services. And indeed, as the chair has alluded, M-Pesa is such one example of financial inclusion services in the financial services sector, where Kenya has not just become a beacon of innovation, but became a focus point for the entire world. Even before the Americas, the Silicon Valley, and India and other countries moved into mobile money transfers, Kenya led the way, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we cannot afford to be left behind in the space of virtual assets, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, it is important, Honorable Speaker, that we have a legal framework that will form the basis of regulation or the regulatory work of the virtual assets themselves, the regulation of virtual assets systems, and also the service providers of virtual assets, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Kenya has witnessed increased adoption and use of virtual assets, particularly in payments and investments over the years. And these assets present very good opportunities to promote digital finance, boost commerce, especially e-commerce, and even create a new class of digital jobs, Honorable Speaker, and our young, innovative young men and women in our universities and those graduating from our middle-level technical colleges and technology colleges have an opportunity to explore the digital jobs that come with this virtual assets, Honorable Speaker. Unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, the benefits of these virtual assets have also been challenged by cybersecurity risks, data privacy risks, fraud, and scams in the country. Honorable Speaker, the best case example is a WorldCoin episode about, was it a year or 2 years ago? And remember, Honorable Speaker, the hula baloo that was there at KICC with WorldCoin and Bitcoin. But Honorable Speaker, those are the challenges that will come with these virtual assets. Questions that touch on not just cybersecurity, but also data privacy. And you remember the challenges then with WorldCoin was on data privacy. And the challenges that were there in where are you taking these data that you're collecting, including the things we're getting from people's eyes. And a lot of private data, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, such issues, challenges with data privacy, cybersecurity risks, fraud, and what are outright scams, because a lot of Kenyans again have been scammed, being told we are selling you bitcoins. Some that are just Ponzi games that are sponsored by innovative people in the fraud industry, because also fraud is a very huge industry, Honorable Speaker. And you know, many of those people, including some, Honorable Speaker, who are in our space, who are involved in what has been christened wash. The wash industry, Honorable Speaker, you know, was a very big industry and has been a big industry. And these people are now graduating in the wash business into the virtual assets industry, Honorable Speaker, and scamming very many Kenyans, and especially those who are after a quick shilling or a quick buck get scammed, Honorable Speaker. And it's therefore important that we have a legal and regulatory framework that relates to the use of virtual assets and related activities in the country, so that we stem this fraud, the challenges on data privacy, fraud, and cyber security risks, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in December 2015, the Central Bank of Kenya issued a public notice cautioning the public against virtual currencies such as Bitcoin, citing the risks in operating in an unregulated environment. The notice highlighted concerns around the lack of legal protections, potential misuse of money laundering and terrorism financing, and the speculative nature of these assets due to their lack of underlying value, any underlying value. Consequently, Honorable Speaker, the Central Bank of Kenya prohibited all financial institutions from engaging in or facilitating virtual currency transactions through CBK's Banking Circular number 14 of 2015. Honorable Speaker, when I speak about the lack of a regulatory and legal framework, these are challenges that we have lived with. That it took the Central Bank of Kenya through that legal notice, their circular number 14 of 2015, to caution financial institutions from engaging in virtual assets, Honorable Speaker. But truth is, we cannot function in isolation of the rest of the world. These virtual assets are today's reality, Honorable Speaker, and as the chair has said in moving, if M-Pesa some years back was the innovation of the time, then these virtual assets today are innovations that we must be able to live with and create a legal and regulatory framework that will now govern how do financial institutions in our country deal with the virtual assets and they're transacting virtual assets, Honorable Speaker. As I said, because these assets have no underlying value. It's not like a piece of land or a car that you can send a valuer to value and tell you this asset is valued for this much, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, it leads to a lot of speculative industry or speculative habits, Honorable Speaker, that can quickly move the value of a virtual asset from $1 to thousands of dollars, Honorable Speaker, with nothing underlying. And therefore, if there is no legal and regulatory framework on how even financial institutions will deal with these issues, Honorable Speaker, then we will leave Kenyans exposed. And that is why it has become imperative that we have a regulatory and legal framework that we can use as a country. And it's in this backdrop, Honorable Speaker, that the National Treasury in January of 2025 published the draft national policy on virtual assets and virtual asset service providers. And this policy, Honorable Speaker, lays out a national vision for a secure, inclusive, and innovative digital asset economy. It calls for a coordinated regulatory framework led by the Central Bank of Kenya, the Capital Markets Authority, the Competition Authority, and is grounded on a public-private collaboration, Honorable Speaker, because again, bearing in mind that many of these virtual assets are not assets that are being traded by government or regulated by government in the trade area. But it will call on a multi-pronged approach, Honorable Speaker, where you have the Capital Markets Authority, the Communication Authority, the Competition Authority of Kenya, and also the Capital Markets Authority to have a legal framework and a regulatory one that will then anchor this policy into law. And that is what this bill seeks to do. Therefore, the bill that we have before us, Honorable Speaker, is directly implementing this policy, aiming to bring clarity to operators, protection of consumers, and credibility to Kenya's digital finance ecosystem, as I said, to stem the abuse that has been there. Honorable Speaker, I do not go into all the details of the bill because the chair has clearly elaborated on what is provided for in this bill, Honorable Speaker. But, Honorable Speaker, allow me to draw members' attention to Part 2 of this bill, which designates the Capital Markets Authority, the Central Bank of Kenya, and any other public body approved by the Cabinet Secretary as the relevant regulatory bodies, which will now be mandated to license the virtual asset service providers and regulate, supervise, and monitor promoters of virtual assets offering those offering virtual assets, Honorable Speaker. Part 3, Honorable Speaker, also creates a system or provides for a system where there will be mandatory licensing of persons and businesses by the relevant regulatory authorities under the Act, whether it is the Central Bank of Kenya, Honorable Speaker, the Capital Markets Authority, or any other relevant regulatory body that you have to license persons. So that, Honorable Speaker, will stem the culture that has been there. I have seen young people who have just finished college, Honorable Speaker, purporting to sell virtual assets and trade in them. But nobody was regulating them. Those that are doing online marketing of these things, and because they are very tech savvy and very good in digital marketing online, they are able to rope in very many people within a very quick period, collect a lot of money from people, then within a short time, the whole thing collapses and Kenyans innocently lose their money. And Kenyans have been accusing government, asking government, what have you been doing? Honorable Speaker, this is what government is doing now to make sure that there is a legal framework. You know who ought, if you are trading, for instance, in Forex, because there are many people dealing with Forex trading online and are not licensed by anybody, Honorable Speaker, that you need to be under some regulatory framework. For instance, those trading in Forex are under the regulation of CBK. Those, again, who are dealing with equities, again, they will fall under the Capital Markets Authority or whichever other relevant regulatory body, Honorable Speaker, that will be there. Honorable Speaker, to protect consumers, the bill in Part 4 requires that the virtual asset service providers must maintain adequate safeguards for client assets and obtain appropriate insurance cover. This will ensure that in the event of fraud or operational failure, consumers can receive compensation. And additionally, Honorable Speaker, the virtual asset service providers must also maintain a bank account in Kenya, enabling effective monitoring and oversight. Honorable Speaker, many of the challenges that Kenyans have encountered is, as I said, because of their lack of a regulatory framework, it was not clear whether if you send somebody money to purchase a virtual asset, is there a way that in case you wanted to get back your money, you can get it back? And before this bill or before this policy was enacted, there wasn't a framework, Honorable Speaker. And this is what this Part 4 of the bill seeks to do. First, to ensure that there are adequate safeguards. Just like in the insurance industry, Honorable Speaker, there is a premium holders compensation fund, that is a safeguard for premium insurance premium holders, that in case that insurance company collapses, you have a fallback plan. Banks in this country, Honorable Speaker, again, the chair will tell you, under the central depository system, what do you call it? It is called the Deposit Protection Fund. What was the previously called the Depositors Protection Fund? That if you're carrying on the work of banking in this country, you needed to, those banks, you need to have some security, either an insurance bond or a cash guarantee in another financial institution to secure people's deposits, Honorable Speaker. But with these virtual assets, we have operated in a space where nobody could guarantee you that if there are liabilities that occur, you have some fallback plan. Part 4 of this bill is doing that to ensure that either you have an appropriate insurance cover or there's some fallback mechanism, Honorable Speaker. And that's why it's important, as has been put in that part, Honorable Speaker, that we also have these virtual asset service providers, they must maintain a bank account in Kenya that will enable effective monitoring and oversight by the Central Bank of Kenya. Because again, people have been sending money to bank accounts outside this country. And there is no guarantee that you are protected if you are trading and doing business with people outside the country. But now with this particular provision under Part 4, that you have to maintain a bank account locally, then it becomes very easy for the central bank to be able to monitor what is going on and protect those who are investing in these virtual assets, Honorable Speaker. Finally, Part 5, Honorable Speaker, of the bill speaks to regulatory authorities being empowered to vet shareholders and senior officers of virtual asset service providers. They are also empowered to conduct on-site and off-site inspections and enforce the anti-money laundering and financing of terrorism laws. Because, Honorable Speaker, again, you have seen, as I said, every Tom, Dick, and Harry walks into the economy or into Kenya, opens some office somewhere at a street corner, collects money from people, and disappears. And nobody vets who are the shareholders or who are the owners of this virtual asset service providers. It will now be a requirement that the regulatory authorities that license you to offer virtual assets service, to become a virtual asset service provider, they must vet you to ensure that they know who the shareholders are. They must know who the senior officers in that company are. They must conduct on-site and off-site inspections to ensure also that we stem, because, Honorable Speaker, just like all the other financial assets, this is one area that could be largely abused by those who are financing terrorism, people who are engaging in money laundering, and therefore it must be the responsibility of the regulatory authorities to ensure that they vet to ensure that both the senior officers and the shareholders are not people who are involved in money laundering, in terrorism financing, or any other such related crimes. Can I say a second?
Yes. Give him the mic.
Honorable Speaker, I was saying to ensure that anybody who is involved in that trade is not involved in terrorism financing or money laundering, Honorable Speaker, under the Money Laundering and Anti-Terrorism Financing Act. And with that, Honorable Speaker, I support and I beg to second.
Honorable members, I now propose a question that the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2025 be read a second time. The Honorable Naisula.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this very important bill, the Virtual Asset Services Providers Bill 2025, brought to the floor of the House by the Majority Leader, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, and also moved by the able Chairman of the Finance Committee, Honorable Kuria Kimani. Just as it has been said by both the mover and the seconder, this is a very important bill which protects the consumers of the virtual asset services, Mr. Speaker. Just as also it has been said that we are moving very speedily in matters to do with technology. Personally, I've been approached by very many people, young people, telling me to get into this space, cryptocurrency, and sometimes even you don't have to meet them. They just tell you virtually, do you have any money? Let's put it here. And I can imagine that there are very many people who have lost their resources or their money because we do not have proper regulations or laws that safeguards the consumers or the customers, Mr. Speaker. And so this is a very important bill as it mandates that any entity that will be offering virtual asset services in Kenya must be licensed by the relevant regulatory authority. Because as we speak right now, people are just operating in a manner where they are not accountable. So this will ensure there is transparency, this will ensure there is accountability for anybody who is involved in this industry, Mr. Speaker. And in this bill, there will be bodies that will be designated to offer this service to ensure that there is regulation. That is the Central Bank of Kenya, there's the Capital Markets Authority, and the Communications Authority, Mr. Speaker. And these bodies or entities will ensure that they license, they supervise, and they enforce compliance with the law. And I must say this, that as a country, in terms of always complying and doing what is right, as it has been said, we are the fourth country in Africa to ensure that we have this bill or this that will govern this space, Mr. Speaker. And so Kenya is never left behind in ensuring that we put the necessary regulations. This will also ensure and will help us to deal with issues to do with money laundering, issues to do with terrorism financing, and threats to financial stability, Mr. Speaker. And as I said, it seeks to protect the consumer when dealing with virtual assets such as cryptocurrencies and crypto assets. Mr. Speaker, and this is the space that many young people are getting into. You will rarely find a young person right now telling you, I want to invest in a piece of land. They are not like the older generation where any little money you get or we get is we're trying to chase a piece of land somewhere, trying to buy an apartment somewhere, wait for it to appreciate, Mr. Speaker, and then later dispose it. Young people are getting into cryptocurrency, into this virtual asset space, Mr. Speaker, where they are trading with their money and their resources. And so it is important for us as legislators in this House to ensure that then we put laws and regulations in place that then will safeguard those who are keen on these spaces, Mr. Speaker. And so just some of the requirements that will be needed for those who will be providing these services, Mr. Speaker, is that for them to operate legally in Kenya, they will need to maintain a registered office. As I mentioned, we are just being approached by people in the streets. Hi, Mheshimiwa, we have this service we are offering. Do you want to buy the crypto? Do you want to get involved in this and that? But now, Mr. Speaker, they'll be required to be registered and to get a license, to establish and maintain a registered office within Kenya, ensuring a physical presence for regulatory and customer engagement purposes, so that if I need to come to your office, it is registered where you are. In case you go ahead and con somebody, then it is possible for someone to track you down, or the bodies that are mandated to regulate this. Also, they will be needed to appoint a chief executive officer, and each virtual asset service provider must appoint a CEO who meets the eligibility criteria set by the relevant regulatory authority, ensuring competent leadership, Mr. Speaker. And so this will also ensure that we are not just dealing with anybody, but people who actually don't have the know-how of dealing with these matters, Mr. Speaker, but it will be someone who is qualified, and it can be questioned, and even the regulatory bodies will ensure that that is happening. Of course, there are some there are some issues that I'm sure they can be looked at later when we're looking at the third reading, where we can check whether some amendments can be put in, because there are very heavy, there are a few issues like the high licensing and compliance costs, and I'm sure the young people who are keen on this will then raise the issue that they are being locked out so that they are not able to practice. Because the bill requires all virtual asset service providers to undergo extensive licensing procedures, which may be costly and time-consuming. Of course, it's good to have strict and stringent measures, but also when we look at the small startups and the young people who are in this space, Mr. Speaker, it might lock them out, and I don't think that is the whole essence of the bill. And so the small startups may struggle with these financial and bureaucratic burdens, leading to monopolization by the large firms. And so we might want to look at that. And also, there is also the whole issue of extensive customer data collection, which may violate user privacy rights. So, Mr. Speaker, these are some of the things that we might want to look out for as we continue with this bill, Mr. Speaker. But as I come to the conclusion, I want to say that this bill is very, very important because, as I said, it is going to ensure that people who are in the business of the virtual asset service, the virtual assets, and people who are interested in this space will be safeguarded as the consumers and the customers. I do support.
The MP for cases.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing me. And I want to remind my good brother, senior from NDBS, Pukose, that being a member of the committee, I would be very much happy to get an opportunity like this one so that I can still weigh more on the information that we were able to derive from engaging the stakeholder. Mr. Speaker, true to say, the market is dynamic. And I want to appreciate this country for recognizing that there are some things that you cannot change. We say change is constant K. And one of the change we cannot avoid is the aspect that the market is changing. Where the whole world is shifting, it has come from ages. It came from the steel money, stable coins. It came to the paper money. Now we are in the card money. We've come to the digital money now where we are transacting digitally like M-Pesa, and name all of that. But as we are talking now, it has also shifted further beyond there to the virtual asset, where what is happening in the market, you store your value in an asset that is not visible. But the funny thing, or something that astonishes, when we engage the stakeholders, we learned a lot, that this market has been existing and is huge, very huge, that when we talk of the value that is being transacted, it goes into trillions of US dollars, something that we cannot avoid. Mr. Speaker, something to note to the floor of the House is that as we are talking now, there are countries like UAE and many other countries that have accepted this one as a means of exchange, where you can exchange value using virtually, when you can transact virtually and be able to derive the value of that by obtaining commodities in the market for your consumption. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, this one brought the need that this Kenya country, after adopting it, I can say, adopting it in a manner that was not official or in an official manner, but it is in practice because many young Kenyans are in it. Many business people are in it. Many great people who have been investing in the other aspect of investments have even spread their risk, their portfolio to the virtual asset. And therefore, the need to organize this market. Because the risk that is coming with it is that there is no place of a point where you can reference to it. There is no physical office. There is no physical structure that as a person you have an issue, you would want to inquire, obtain information, or even petition your complaints whenever you have a case arising out of it. And therefore, this bill, Mr. Speaker, is coming to put in place infrastructure that can organize the market into a physical point where it can be touched, where someone can be seen, where someone can be engaged, where your issues can be addressed. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask this House that as we are looking at this one, it is something that we must embrace, and we must look at the way the world is going. If the big economies have accepted, like the US, like the UK, London, like even in Africa, South Africa, which is an economy we can liken within African boundaries, it has also adopted to this one. So Kenya, we are proud that we've gone as the fourth
in line, so that we can adopt this one and appreciate that we can encourage, we can onboard many people to invest in a manner that will be secure. What challenge only, Mr. Speaker, that we must speak about it is to encourage central bank to be up in game and undertake sufficient research, because the risk that was coming out of all this discussion is how our economy will be protected. The value of our currency, the fiat money that we are transacting now, will be protected. Those are some issues that the CBK need to have their game so that they can protect our legal currency, our legal tender that we are using. The current exchange rate that we are seeing is stabilizing between the Kenya and the US at around 128 shillings. Those are the questions that we need now to look at. How do we stabilize in it as we are going the virtual way? Mr. Speaker, another issue that maybe I need to also to call on is that I know we are aware that the day Cabinet approved that there will be no more creation of authorities. But this virtual asset user bill is going to ensure, or is going to onboard or put up an authority that is going to manage this one, beside the CBK, beside the CMA that have been managing the other security markets in terms of shares, in terms of bonds and treasury bills. This one has kind of a unique characteristic that will require a unique board or a unique authority with a lot of understanding, sufficient technical knowledge to be able to manage. And so in this bill, Mr. Speaker, there will be a creation of a new authority that will be on board on it, knowledge from the CMA, knowledge from the CPK, knowledge from the Nairobi Financial Reporting Center on this aspect, Mr. Speaker, for the only sole purpose, so that this market is well organized, consumers are protected, and also not forgetting that recently we passed an anti-money laundering bill in this house that is to be signed, and I'm sure it has been signed into a law, so that again this particular sector of virtual asset cannot be misused to transact on money laundering aspect that we've seen. Somewhere I've heard somebody calling wash. Maybe people can transfer money from another country and illegal money. So these are issues that have to be organized so that we also avoid the issues of money laundering through this particular asset. So that, Mr. Speaker, I want to support it, and I want to give appreciation to my chairman for providing leadership, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, and my colleague members of the committee. It was a very difficult question. It was a difficult subject, but I'm happy today that, Mr. Speaker, we are here. But there's something I need to note. Mr. Speaker, there was a challenge we had, and I want to appreciate our team of legal staff. The drafters of these bills, the National Treasury, who gave us the bill. Mr. Speaker, if you saw that bill that we were given, you will really be sorry. Because they gave us a bill like, I don't know who drafted the bill. I'm not aware whether the AG looked at that particular bill. It had a lot of things, it had a lot of repetition, a lot of inconsistent words, a lot of natural words that you cannot be legalized. But I want to appreciate during the third reading, when the chairman will be moving, you'll be able to appreciate amendments in almost every clauses. This is something we want to call through this house, that let them prepare the bill as well when they are submitting to this house, because it gives a lot of work to come and redraft instead of looking at the issues that are raised by the stakeholders and moving forward with the bill that is well organized. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minority Whip, followed by the MP for Independence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this bill. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the majority leader for bringing this bill, which is very timely, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to indicate that just as the majority leader was indicated when he was moving, is that the virtual assets are digital presentations of value that are capable of being traded or transferred. And Mr. Speaker, because they are not physical assets, there are many issues that are likely to arise, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, of course, some of the things that the members have said is the heightened risk of money laundering and terrorist financing, fraud, market manipulation, and operational and cybersecurity vulnerabilities. And then, of course, the issue of lack of regulation, and which I'm happy that by this law, there will be an aspect of regulation. Mr. Speaker, another issue is the market and operational risks that include price volatility, and again, of course, had indicated the issue of cyber security. Mr. Speaker, I just want to comment very briefly on some of the things that this bill speaks to. Mr. Speaker, of course, it designates a regulatory authorities, which is a very good thing, because this is a sector that is not aptly regulated. And because it is not regulated, Mr. Speaker, it becomes very difficult to differentiate between legit virtual assets operations and what has come to be known in Kenya as wash-wash. Mr. Speaker, we are seeing a lot of people who, after getting money under very questionable circumstances, suddenly to hide the money, they want to all come into parliament, get into positions of authority, where then they can be able or presume to be able to hide the money. Mr. Speaker, I think the other good thing that this bill does is to provide licensing requirements so that it's not a free-for-all, but that when people are engaged, then again, through licensing, we will be able to know who we are dealing with, and it will enable us to deal with the cyber threats that we are talking about. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that under this bill, clause 21, 22, and 23 talks about even up to 24, very ethical issues such as businesses to be conducted in prudent manner, with integrity, and also the issues of conflict of interest. Mr. Speaker, the other issue that I think is notable is that it also provides for criminal offenses and penalties where people misuse this platform. Mr. Speaker, then there's also, Mr. Speaker, when we passed the Data Protection Act, I actually thought we were being melodramatic until last year when we actually had the Gen Z issue, and my number was shared, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I understood why there's need for data protection. Mr. Speaker, I was getting messages, I was getting calls at every and any hour. And Mr. Speaker, I was not considered bad. I was considered a favorite at that time. And Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if I was a favorite and I'm getting that kind of messaging. What about the people that were not liked? Mr. Speaker, I was forced.
Like the chair.
Yes, like the chair. Mr. Speaker, I was forced to get a temporary new number because I couldn't cope. Mr. Speaker, I hired somebody, a young man, a Gen Z, to manage my phone, and I was paying a monthly salary. After a month, he returned my number and told me, you and your money and your phone, I can't deal. Data protection. And this one, it was not, probably harmful. Look at the case of Albert Ojwang's father. He was talking about money disappearing, and we are talking almost on the virtual space, that we are not talking about hard currency. In the past, for you to steal my money, you needed to get a gun to shoot me, get where the money is and to shoot. But now, because we are dealing in a different era, it becomes very easy for somebody to just know how to tweak things and steal from you. And we have an amazing number of very educated young people that will benefit where we have regularized virtual assets, and they can work within this sector. Mr. Speaker, the only challenge I would want to say is that sometimes when we are moving technologically, there are areas that are likely to be left behind, including my constituency, for instance, the rural areas, that as people are talking about virtual assets, they have no clue what you're talking about. We still use the hard currency. And so I would want to encourage that, and I was hoping to see that some of the things that we are speaking to is actually technological equity, so that we actually have more people engaging in these platforms and we carry everybody forward. I would also wish if the committee, I don't know if the committee has done that, but I'm seeing the bill is the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill. I don't know if you've considered whether it should also be virtual asset service providers and users, because we shouldn't only talk to providers, but to users as well. Because when you are talking about protecting people's data, protecting their assets, their virtual assets, then you are speaking also to the users. Mr. Speaker, I'd read it halfway. If there are any issues that I think I would need to look at where I would recommend amendments. So far, the one I've seen is including the issues really of technological equity and also the issue of including the users. Otherwise, I thank the committee and I thank the Kenyan Parliament, as much as we are really castigated a lot of times, but we are really ahead of most of our counterparts, even across the world. Recently, I was invited for a conference in Southern Africa where they were talking about issues relating to the bill that I'm sponsoring. And I discovered that in Kenya, even though our bill is still in the committee of the whole house, but we are way ahead, and people are looking at Kenya, for example. And one of the ladies shared with me that in Nigeria, they were actually looking at coming up with a similar bill. Then they discovered that it was my bill, word for word, until they forgot and used terminology that was very clearly Kenyan. So the person who was reviewing said, this is not Nigeria, this is Kenyan, because of the way, the systems was very clearly Kenyan. So I want to laud us as the legislative arm of government for the excellent work we do. We are encouraging the executive arm similarly to not fail us, that once we put this in place, let the implementation be just as effective as the legislative. Otherwise, I thank the committee and I support. Thank you.
Honorable Kose.
Honorable Speaker, on the onset, I want to support the Financial Asset Providers Bill. And just for the comfort of Honorable Millie Adhiambo, to tell her that her assisted reproductive bill, Millie, I'm speaking, I wanted to let you know that your assisted reproductive bill, Uganda is also benchmarking. So we're doing well as Kenya. And even in other areas like in terms of anti-snake venom, Nigeria failed, but I think Kenya, we are on the way to doing that. Honorable Speaker, on the onset, this is a very important bill. And as you are aware, one of the biggest challenges in this region of financial asset service providers is conmanship. Because even when you listen to the committee, I would want it to be made more simpler. Because Kenyans should not fear venturing into this field, because it becomes something for elites instead of even farmers. Because when we moved into buying tokens, even for your electricity, we buy tokens for our electricity. And when your tokens ends, you can add other more tokens. And you can even, you even get points in this Sambasa and whatever, and you can give somebody your tokens to even buy food, to even pay school fees with it. And therefore, I think this is an area that it's been there, but I think explaining it to people becomes a challenge. When we talk of cryptocurrencies, when you're talking of Bitcoins, Ethereum, and how that field is being managed, when you compare with other jurisdictions, the regulator must make sure that that service provider is a resident and has a permanent address within the country, so that you give confidence to wananchi, so that people, that the person who is trading is in this, and you look at even the other in part 4, where you are talking about the requirements for this person, so that you have trust that if I bring my money to you to trade in this space, I know that that money is safe. You put either Bitcoins or Ethereum, and you are aware that whenever I'm trading in that space, then my money is safe. Honorable Speaker, I was just sharing with the committee, and in the bill, they initially wanted the central bank or CMA to regulate, but the committee has done it well, because in their report, they are suggesting that we should have a financial assets regulatory authority, so that, because when you give it to central bank or you give it to CMA, they have other responsibilities. They will not be able to manage this space very well. And therefore, we need a body that can regulate this space and is held accountable. You will not hold the central bank accountable. You will not hold CMA accountable, because you're just talking about whether CMA or central bank or any other body. Now, this brings ambiguity. Honorable Speaker, I was also looking at part 3 of licensing requirement, where in 10.4, that the Cabinet Secretary may, by notice in the Kenya Gazette, amend the first schedule to this act. How can a Cabinet Secretary amend a schedule that has been passed by Parliament? You need to bring that schedule to Parliament, and then you bring an amendment, either as a miscellaneous amendment, then Parliament can do that amendment. You cannot just by notice in a cassette that a Cabinet Secretary, because suppose you make an amendment that will cause loss of people's resources. That will make the market even not stable. I think this kind of mischief is not good for this bill. Honorable Speaker, in regulations, we've talked about mitigation risks which are associated with money laundering and terrorism financing. So this, I think, is an important factor that will make sure that we're not engaging in, this is not money laundering, because this is a business that is recognized internationally. It is traded in other countries. And Kenya now, being the fourth within the African region, to be able to have a law that governs that space, I think we are in the right track, and we should be able to do it in such a way that when the committee brings their amendments, we support them so that we have a law that can create confidence in the trading in this space of the virtual assets service providers. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to support.
The Honorable MP for Wajir North, followed by Honorable Mayaka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill is so technical that it creates a lot of challenges, both in terms of regulation and implementation. Why I'm saying that, if you look at the legal aspect of it, our judiciary today is challenged because ICT is a concern. And you have seen how petitions and elections are managed around ICT. It poses the same challenge that unless our education, the knowledge gap improves in terms of ICT, the successful implementation and the regulation of this will be a serious challenge. However, we are talking of perception issues. There is great perception here. We are talking of assets that are virtual, abstract assets, assets whose value are represented digitally. You can imagine. We are talking of a very key thing, an asset, but represented, or its value is a representation digitally. So that's a very big concern, Mr. Speaker, and more worse, you trade with that. You trade with an asset that is digitally valued, represented, and I'm sure that will be a very big concern, and it will be an impediment to that trade. We are talking of perceived value, not actual value, Mr. Speaker. And assets based on perceived value have its own challenges. We are used, I'm a pastoralist, we don't have credit balances in our in conventional accounts. Our wealth is on the hooves. How many cows we have, how many camels we have. When you expose us immediately to another world, another economy, where you think of billions that is abstract, then there will be, I'm talking of a serious gap. This is a pastoralist participating in cryptocurrency in a digital world, Mr. Speaker. However, it still gives serious benefits to pastoralists. If it is well implemented, if the pastoralist community are brought up to speed in terms of capacity building, it will manage the risks. We have been solely dependent on one livelihood, one mainstream livelihood, livestock keeping. I'm sure with this, we will diversify our economy as pastoralists. We'll be talking of accessing markets in a very unique way, if only the educational gap is enhanced.
We are talking of accessing markets, unique markets other than livestock markets. We are talking of accessing digital financial services. Already, pastoralists have their own passes in terms of M-Pesa in their small mobile phones, which at least is a form of saving. When they lose their livestock, they can still have money in their M-Pesa account. This will take it a notch higher if well done. It will access, pastoralists will be able to access insurance products, Mr. Speaker, on this digital platform, if it's well done. All that, the compound effect of all that is the fact that we'll be able to mitigate the impact of drought, diseases, and at least caution livestock from fluctuations in market, Mr. Speaker. But this bill is laden, or this issue, if implemented, is laden with bigger risks. Bigger risks. For us, I told you I'm a pastoralist. I live in a physical world where I want to feel my asset. This is my camel, this is my cow, this is my cattle. And I enumerate them in terms of numbers. We are talking of billions, colossal amounts of wealth that is not visible to us. The risks are volatility in value. Today you will be told your assets have been 1 billion, and after 1 hour, things have changed. Volatility. So when you talk of assets and unregulated volatility, then you question yourself, what is the value of your assets? What is worth? Is it worth investing in such a volatile business? Security, there is so much vulnerability in terms of security. It is laden with a lot of insecurity. That regulating it is cumbersome, very expensive. This country, are we really prepared at that level in terms of ICT knowledge to make sure that we are secure? We can at least make sure that the security risks are managed and controlled, Mr. Speaker. There is then the theft of keys. There is these things they call passwords and what have you. These things will be hacked, stolen, and you are 1 billion, you sold all your camels, invested in this digital economy, and you are told the next one your keys have been stolen and all your assets are gone. Then you have to start from scratch. There is that challenge. Fraud. Some countries have gone they are so advanced that they can entirely take your money from your account to their account. Fraudsters, scammers have to be dealt with in a serious way. Then the trade on illicit activities. We used to talk of money laundering to finance terrorism.
Point of information, or? Yeah, would you wish to be informed by the chairman of the committee?
Yes, I prefer only that I fear to be distracted in terms of continuity. Okay. I accept, sir.
Yes.
So, Honorable Speaker, I'd like to inform the member, I'm really liking the contribution he's making, and this is the whole objective of this bill, to regulate that particular space, so that that pastoralist who may sell their cows, who can now sell their cows, trade in these virtual assets and loses all the money, and they have no any other recourse. Now, if this Honorable House passes this, then there is a legal recourse that pastoralist can use to recover their money by the measures that are put on this particular bill. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I do accept, and from the onset I say this is a novel.
For the interest of the chair, does that include the volatility in the markets? Because stock exchanges, they are volatile in the sense that today the share price of a company that you invested in, which is in the US or in the UK, tomorrow it could drop by 50%. Does that cover you against that volatility? The provisions in the piece of legislation we are making right now, will it cover those market dynamics?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, one of the things that affect the volatility is factors that what we call, for example, inside trading, which have really strictly been prohibited by this. We have also provided for what we call fiat-based digital currencies, where that virtual asset is actually backed up by a physical asset. And therefore, that volatility is therefore, controlled in that particular sense. So where that those, some of the technologies, Honorable Speaker, for example, has, that once you buy that stable coin, for example, you are allowed to use a key and keep it in a safe somewhere, and you can now use it, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, we have put enough measures to make sure that those fluctuations in price, those vulnerabilities are taken care of by preventing inside trading and by even now recognized stable currencies and having a fiat-based virtual assets and physical-based or physical assets-backed digital assets.
Mr. Speaker, from the beginning, I did appreciate the novel thinking that went into this bill. But what I'm questioning is the timing, the practicability. I represent the owners of livestock. I am a camel herder myself. I keep cows, goats. How do we interface the pastoralist economy to this digital economy? That is my concern. And all I have been putting forward, proposing, are the risks, inherent risks, that may kill this wonderful idea if it is not taken care of. So, knowledge gap is one of the other issues, Mr. Speaker. Knowledge gap. Forget even about the pastoralists. The common Kenyan, the hustler, Kenyans, 80% of them, need to know before we talk of this asset. I am afraid we are developing a bill for a monopoly, for one or two providers, a monopoly kind of. What used to be kind of Kenya Post and Telecommunication Corporation. We are better off. We have Safaricom and others these days. So it's like, people sitting down and trying to come up with a bill that may benefit one or two. I'm sorry, time is up, Mr. Speaker. And the last thing, Mr. Speaker, there is a lack of traditional investor protection. Initially, you used to have collateral. You would have some things. Even insurance will be at paying to make sure that they cover these things, this kind of business. So with if those challenges can be addressed, if our concerns from a pastoralist eye can be handled, the idea is good, it is progressive, but it may die because of practicability. I reluctantly support.
The Honorable Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support this bill, the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill of 2025. And Honorable Speaker, I'm very elated that we finally have this bill in place because, and the Chair of Finance will remember this, that earlier last year, I'd actually sought a statement from the committee for us to be able to recognize cryptocurrency as a legal tender in this country. And for me, why this is very important is the fact that it's not only looking at cryptocurrency, but it's also looking at all other virtual assets, including gaming tokens, governance tokens, and the NFTs, which are quite popular. Honorable Speaker, I just want to, first of all, just make this comment, and this is to the Honorable Member who just spoke, that when you look at a comparison between virtual assets and the future of things and where the direction the world is taking, right now, in some countries, people are even buying air tickets with cryptocurrencies and other tokens. And it doesn't mean that if you are trading in other things that you cannot convert whatever assets you have, even if it's the traditional assets, into the cryptocurrency or the virtual asset space for you to be able to trade. So as a country, we shouldn't be averse to new things, to innovations, but rather embrace. But what we are actually doing here is ensuring that we have a safe space where we can navigate this. Honorable Speaker, and this has been said by very many other members who have spoken, is that Kenya is currently an actual hotspot in terms of virtual assets because it is ranked fourth amongst the African countries that are trading in this. We have a lot of Kenyans who are trading in this. And Honorable Speaker, if you look at the 2024 CBK survey, it actually shows that a third of the banks, and especially the banks that are in the top tier, are already ready for this particular asset-related activity. The only thing that they required is to have a legal framework around which they can navigate. Honorable Speaker, also the chain analysis of 2024 ranks Kenya among the 21 out of the 155 countries that are actually ready to adopt virtual assets. Honorable Speaker, looking at the specifics of this particular bill, I'm looking at, first of all, the fact that we are having this in place so that we can prevent money laundering, we can prevent terrorism financing, we can prevent fraud, because yes, as I said, we already have a lot of people that are trading in this space, but one of the things that makes them very averse is the fact that we do not have a legal framework. So this is going to prevent that. Honorable Speaker, part 2 of the bill actually speaks about designation of regulatory authorities. We already have regulatory authorities for traditional assets currently in the country, and so very interesting that they have also incorporated virtual assets into part of their regulation. And what this helps in, Honorable Speaker, is that we do not have to reinvent the wheel. What we can do now that we have this regulation is just plug and play into the already existing regulations. Honorable Speaker, part 3 speaks about licensing requirements. Licensing has been quite a thorny issue to navigate for people who are virtual asset suppliers, because then what everyone is doing is that they are operating in their own space. Some are using regulations that work within other countries and not within Kenya. And so us having our own regulations, licensing requirements really helps us in that space. Part 4 speaks about general obligations of virtual assets. Part 5, prevention of money laundering, which is very important. And as I said, because of the anti-money laundering, because of fraud, this has made a lot of people shy away from actually investing into this particular space. But this now provides them with an environment that will enable them to be encouraged. Honorable Speaker, I just want to also say, and this has been said before by Honorable Millie, that this particular parliament has been able to pass a lot of legacy laws that really enable Kenyans not only for the present environment, but also for the future environment. And this is in particular very important for not only regulation again, but also for the investor protection, because we are not only looking at the people who supply these assets, we are also looking at the people who are going to be using these assets. And Honorable Speaker, again, also if you look at client asset segregation, because most of the time when you are choosing to invest or save in a particular environment, it is always advised that you invest and save in different environments. Honorable Speaker, having said that, and as I conclude, I have taken note of the public participation concerns and suggestions that were given by the 9 different organizations that really brought structured memos to the committee. Very helpful information that I have also noted that the committee has taken up to include in the amendment. I also want to join the Honorable Pukose in talking about the Virtual Assets Authority, because I feel like this is a very important aspect that will also need another law in place. And what this will enable us to do is that it will give the required authority to the people who are regulators to be able to assist to strengthen this particular noble idea. And for me, Honorable Speaker, what is most important is the fact that, like, for example, right now, the CMA has a policy on sandbox regulation. What a sandbox regulation assists in, it assists in having a live test environment that they are able to test any new innovations, any new technology in whichever space for virtual assets or traditional assets. And for us, and for me, what is going to be very important, and I hope the Chair of Finance is listening to this, is that when we come up with the Virtual Assets Authority, is for us to also include the sandbox regulation, which already there's a policy in place, but to actually have a law in place so that it can be able to have the required strength. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, once again, very thankful to the committee for bringing this very important bill to the House. I do hope that the members will support it and we can pass it, and I support with those few remarks. I thank you.
The Honorable Kainan, followed by the Honorable Passaris. Esther.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I reflected on what to say, on this very important bill generated by my former committee, I went back to my dictionary and looked at the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So, Speaker, in that particular diagram, if you look at now, the highest level is super self-actualized. In the Kenya context today, Mr. Speaker, for you and me, we're still struggling even to define what the traditional financial system dominated by fiat currency is. But other Kenyans, by the grace of our democracy, have moved ahead. And I want you just to look at the structure of the Kenyan society, the kind of representation, the face that we have. And right now, they have moved from the traditional financial asset system, dominated by fiat currencies, to this virtual asset system, Mr. Speaker, that will be dominated by cryptocurrencies, the non-fungible tokens, the gaming tokens, Mr. Speaker, government tokens, and many other activities that are Greek to you and me who represent a traditional society. And Mr. Speaker, what comes to my mind, this is very good. This is very progressive. But equally, we must also be very careful not to be ebbing what other people have done. We must legislate to conform to the societal needs of the people that we represent. And that's critical, because that's the work of being legislator. I do appreciate my younger brother here, Kimani, my former chairman. He's one astute, sharpshooter, financial expert. But reflecting on Maslow's hierarchy of needs, Mr. Speaker, we're in different worlds. Completely different world. So for me, I'm conflicted. Should I legislate for the good people of Eldas, bring them to the level of this other Kenyan society? And that's why, Mr. Speaker, even the framers of the current constitution put a clause called, an article called equalization. Equalization is doomed, you know it. It has been wasted by groups who have never been sympathetic. So in my mind, I look at the definitional concept of this. It's very good. It will bring about decentralization in stock market transaction. It will bring about transparency. It will bring about something called pseudonymity, where you hide your identity. Farham Alim is trading, nobody knows. Farham Alim is dominating the virtual asset market, but nobody knows. Nobody can say your identity. That's good for protection. But equally, it will also bring about serious volatility, because you do not know the dynamics. You are not in charge. So as we go through this, Mr. Speaker, we also need to look at the regulatory aspects. We have invoked CMA. I took a bit of time to look at the role of CMA. I also took a bit of time to look at the role of central bank. They have complete, different functions. The role of CBK, Mr. Speaker, for avoidance of doubt, is to regulate and implement monetary policies, to manage national currencies, to supervise and regulate financial systems, advise, act as a banker for the national government, and promote financial stability. Mr. Speaker, for CMA, their work is to license, supervise market intermediaries. Market intermediaries mean different groups, different players within the financial system, in their competition, in their regulatory framework, and even in their modus operandi. The other work is also to look at and promote market products. That's why people compete for a viable, predictable, and well-regulated stock market. I mean, capital market, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other bit is they also protect investors who trade in bonds and stocks. So having looked at this, reflecting on this bill, I am persuaded that the right regulatory framework is not CPK. It's not the Capital Market Authority. We need to have another agency, because we'll be trading at another level, where maybe your grandchildren and my grandchildren only understand. I will take a bit of time to understand this. I know one of my kids, actually, is a fervent trader on this. Sometimes I go there and get lectures.
I'm still hesitant to adopt that because I'm not sure. So for me to move to that level, I am a camel herder like the Honorable Senei had said. I am a camel herder. I value my stocks in the number of camels that I have. The Kenyan currency is just a new phenomenon. You have moved me to another level of cryptocurrency. And I represent people. So, Mr. Speaker, this must be put in perspective. So, my chairman, my able chairman, I think you have done a bit of public participation. You still need to do another public participation even for members of parliament so that you take us to the level that you are so that we can also appreciate. But Mr. Speaker, equally also, this country is not short of legislation. Mr. Speaker, today go anywhere in the world, go to Japan. The spatial system for Tokyo is borrowed from Kenya. Go to Jakarta, it is the same. Go to London, it's the same. And yet we are not applying the same here. We are very good in bookworming. We are very good in legislating. But when it comes to the actual implementation, Mr. Speaker, I think we are degenerating. Yes, Doctor. My good chairman, my able former chairman, this bill is good. Can we really dissect it further? So we don't just legislate for a clique of the super rich, whose richness can also be questioned. Yes, the super rich, and you know them. If we ask them to account for their wealth, none of them can account. Very few of them can account for it. And yet they remain a critical component of the society. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we are not developing. Mr. Speaker, the other bit, look at the bill, it's too generous. And remember, in legislation, Mr. Speaker, we must also be very careful to legislate for a particular short-term phenomenon. The rich who want to circumvent the due process. The due process clearly established by the existing institutional framework. And Mr. Speaker, any bill that touches on the financial system of a country, Mr. Speaker, must be security tight, must be properly moderated, because a small mistake can cause financial havoc. And once that is done, the next thing, serious inflation. The cost of living, and unpredictable financial consequences. That's why we must be very, very careful. So what I've decided to do, these are the bits that I've borrowed from this book. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to subject this bill and the different context to one critical consultant, I think who's also a friend of my former Apple chair, to look at it further and see the amendments that we can bring in so that the bill becomes a bill for everybody. Mr. Speaker, countries right now, even the super rich, the most developed economies like America, are struggling to define the cryptocurrency. I followed the debate in Turkey. Turkey is the 17th largest economy in the world. They are still yet to find, I follow their debate, they're still yet to find a description. Whether it is legal, whether it is financial, whether it's even political. So, Chairman and good committee members, this is good. First step. Can you start now thinking about the other aspects of this bill so that we don't suck our country into a global movement, a global phenomenon that we are not properly prepared for? Mr. Speaker, finally, our work is to legislate. We are leading a struggling community. Let me call the Kenyan community struggling right now. They are overburdened by the circumstances beyond their control, and you know it. And we are their representatives. So everything that we do must take into account their well-being. Their well-being is basic needs. Their well-being is how to overcome their day-to-day struggle. Their basic need is how to take their children to school, get a decent transport, decent shelter. All these things must be part of our collective legislative framework. So broadly speaking, I support. Specifically speaking, there is need to further research.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill 2025, but also urge this House to strengthen it. The concerns that have been raised by the Honourable Kenan are genuine and they need to be looked into. We have seen firsthand what happens when digital finance operates without oversight. CBEX, a so-called cryptocurrency platform, promised and guaranteed returns using flashy language, AI trading bots, and lured thousands of Kenyans, many of them young people and first-time investors. Then one day it vanished, leaving a trail of financial ruin and no one to be held accountable. Mr. Speaker, I was one such investor in the CBEX platform. And tomorrow is the day that many young Kenyans who invested in CBEX and were able to pay the $100 that they were told they have to pay to be able to recover their money to verify their accounts, are waiting to make the withdrawals of their principals tomorrow. When I got into the CBEX platform introduced by a Kenyan, young Kenyan, I found Kenyans who were speaking very highly. They had made big money. I have a friend who's called Lydia, who I met on the platform. And Lydia managed to educate her children, managed to buy her mother a house, all through crypto. There are others who are trading in crypto and are actually the ones who buy crypto from you or sell you crypto using the Binance platform. Unfortunately, because there is no regulation and there is no law, what happens is sometimes when their bank accounts are hit with a lot of money, they are frozen, and then they have to go trying to find paperwork to try and appease the banks. But then again, there's a vacuum that allows for us to be able to do things in the wrong way rather than the right way. Let us, as we strengthen the law, let us find a mechanism, right, to protect the consumer. A compensation fund by all virtual asset service providers where they contribute to this fund. So when a platform collapses or commits fraud, Kenyans might have a recourse. Let us prohibit advertising of guaranteed returns or unverified AI claims that mislead the public. Mr. Speaker, if you go to Facebook right now, there are so many advertisements, AI generated, showing President Uhuru Kenyatta, the former President Uhuru Kenyatta, actually saying, I found a way for Kenyans to make money, invest 32,000 and you will be able to get a return of 500. I've seen they shamelessly even use the current sitting president. They use a media personality in an interview, and then they show the president sitting on a chair and also appealing to Kenyans to invest in this platform. I want to warn Kenyans that most of these things are fraudsters. These are people who are trying to scam you. So be very, very careful not to allow yourself to be scammed by advertisements that are AI generated. It is very dangerous. So the law and the bill has to also prohibit advertising of guaranteed returns or unverified AI claims that mislead the public. We also need to tackle pyramid schemes, style schemes, referral schemes disguised as investment opportunities. CBEX was one such scheme where people were recruiting others, not for trading or transparency, but exploitation and not innovative also. Financial Reporting Center. The bill needs to see how we can have a financial reporting center that can publish a blacklist of unlicensed platforms and also must protect whistleblowers who come forward with information so that we can make sure that they are not silenced. Many of these schemes operate across borders. The bill should also include provisions for international cooperation with bodies like Interpol, Nigeria's EFCC, to trace and recover stolen funds. If we can't do that, then when people join these online platforms, they will be losing the money even though we have the laws in Kenya. Last, we must also require annual audits, quarterly disclosures, and enforce the Know Your Customer rules to prevent anonymous abuse. The public deserves absolute transparency. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker, let us commit to public education on virtual assets. Innovation is welcome, but only when Kenyans are equipped with knowledge and protected by the law. The bill should not only enable the future of finance, but it must defend the people from its worst abusers. Let us ensure that what happened with CBEX and many other platforms that have collapsed and created fear in our community never happen again. I support the bill with these critical amendments. Mr. Speaker, before I sit down, since I still have the time, tomorrow is the 25th of June. It's the anniversary of the Gen Z uprising last year. I have seen so many videos and calls for people to come out and demonstrate. My county always ends up with bloodshed. It always ends up with people losing their property. And it also always ends up with politicians actually being involved and getting people to come out and exploiting poverty. I want to appeal to Kenyans, because I've heard you. We all are very sympathetic about all the families that have lost their loved ones during the Gen Z uprising last year. The country is going to do whatever it takes to ensure we have reparation. The country is also going to do whatever it takes to ensure that we have the police reforms that we need. A lot of the Gen Z says that the memory of 2024 should never die. But I want them to understand something, that they might have lost their confidence in politicians or in government online, because not all Kenyans have lost confidence in the government. We are serving Kenyans out there as representatives of the people, but they cannot lose confidence in the God Almighty. If they have lost confidence in God Almighty, then there is something wrong with their movement. So while they say that they are leaderless, I want to offer them leadership and tell them, if it's really the memory of those who lost their lives, and if it's really the desire to have a well-governed country, then why not occupy the churches tomorrow, the temples tomorrow, the mosques tomorrow, so that you can pray to the Almighty for the souls that lost their lives, not just during the Gen Z uprising, but throughout the struggle for independence in a well-governed country. If they do that, they show that they're a peaceful lot. They will not be infiltrated, because one right cannot negate another. While you come out to demonstrate, you are actually negating the right of the people to do their business. All the businesses in my county end up closed, not able to trade. The businesses lose profits, the employees lose jobs. So why should their right be more of a right than the right of those who actually require to have the job, those who require to have the profits? The government requires to have the taxes. So my appeal is, if you are genuine and sincere and you care for the future of this country, having lost the confidence in the government, as you say you have, right, with your chance of Ruto must go, and I can tell you he is not going anywhere because he's constitutionally elected to serve in that position. I ask the Gen Zs, occupy our spiritual spaces peacefully and pray for the nation, because you cannot say that you have lost confidence in God. You cannot say that you have lost confidence in the one who provides you that very life that you are fighting to say should be protected. So, Honorable Speaker, I appeal to our police tomorrow. I know that sometimes they are challenged, and I see the Gen Zs always taunting them. Please remember, we have one policeman for 500 plus citizens. Tomorrow, have respect for the law. It's the same law that you want to say that is not serving you, you need to have respect for it. So I really appeal to Kenyans tomorrow. Come out and pray for this nation. Come out and demonstrate peacefully, and I ask the police to please exercise as much restraint as possible. Let no other life be lost tomorrow. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support the bill.
The Honorable Naomi Wako, followed by Honorable Nyikal and Chematien.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to add my voice to this very important bill, the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill. And I want to congratulate all the other members of Parliament who have contributed to this. And personally, I want to confirm that I support I support this bill because the Virtual Asset Service Provider Bill 2025 is a forward-looking and very transformative piece of legislation. Honorable Speaker, the world is growing very fast, and it is becoming a small village. We cannot be left behind as a country. And again, putting into consideration the young people of this country who are very creative, who are very innovative, who are passionate, and who are moving faster than some of us. And that is why today I support this bill, again, because it balances the need to embrace technology, innovation with the responsibility of safeguarding our financial system. Honorable Speaker, any investor want to be assured of the safety and want to know that the finances or his investment or her investment or the wealth they have created is well safeguarded. And this bill is providing that. Kenya, Honorable Speaker, as we know very well, is already leading in many areas, and especially in this region, we have been leading and we will continue leading. And we would want to always lead from the front and also be a good example to the others. Once this piece of legislation will be put into practice, Honorable Speaker, we will be able to set a good example in this region. We will be able to continue investing and also encouraging our young people so that we can grow as a country. It is, again, from the bill, I have gone through the bill, and it enhances financial inclusion. Honorable Speaker, that is what all Kenyans want. Yes, financial inclusion is there, but we must make this bill relevant to every part of this country. Some of our business people are not even well educated. Some of our business people may not be even exposed to technology. But if we can do capacity building, if we create enough awareness of this and educate Kenyans, this will be of great benefit to us as a nation. Again, this bill will also streamline cross-border remittance and drive digital investment. This is the only bill that can even promote our M-Pesa today. We are already doing very well as a country, and we are proud of our young investors who even came up with the M-Pesa idea. And as a result of that, today, even when you are in the remotest part of this country, as long as there is enough network, you will be able to transact and do business. And especially for politicians. You know, before we used to struggle because you cannot have enough cash always. But today, with the M-Pesa, you can easily do your transaction. You can even use your money anywhere you want to use it. Honorable Speaker, we also know very well that Kenya has witnessed increased adoption and use of virtual assets, particularly in payments and investment, just as I have been saying. And so we need to promote this. We need to grow this so that from the comfort of your house, you can be able to transact business and to do different things. Sometimes when even business people maybe get sick and they are in bed and in hospitals, Honorable Speaker, sometimes some days back, we used to face challenges. But today, even on your hospital bed, you can be able to do so many things as long as you are able to transact business, as long as you are in your senses. Honorable Speaker, our young people today, as I said, are very innovative. And most of them, majority of them are not employed. But this bill will give them hope. This bill will give them the opportunity. Ours is just to make sure that we give every Kenyan the opportunity to learn, to know about this bill, and also to put it into action. Honorable Speaker, as I finish, I want to join Honorable Passaris, who have made a very noble call to the nation. In fact, that is what we all need to do as a country. As I meditate upon 25th June 2024 and putting into consideration what may happen tomorrow, my heart is troubled. As a mother, as somebody who have, some of my children are teenagers, and you look at what is happening and the spirit that is in the nation, and you sympathize with the young generation of this country. Mine is just to say that, yes, our young people, you are fighting for your right. The government is giving its best to the nation. Our president is working day and night to revive our economy. Your mothers and fathers are working very hard. And tomorrow, you might get on the street and lose your life. And the mourning will continue. We will continue shedding tears and crying for you. And my humble request is, you have so many ways of looking for the right and asking the government what you want. You cannot say that you are tired. Our government is a listening government. We are there as your parents, as your leaders. We are ready to listen and dialogue with you. Let us not lose more lives. Let us respect the rule of law. Let us pray for this country, because we cannot afford to lose our country. God has always been there for us, and we have enjoyed the resources that God has given us. But it seems as if we are ready to destroy that, and we cannot afford. We love you, our young people, and we celebrate you. It is unfortunate we lost many people, but let us not lose more in this demonstration that is being planned. I want to pray that you will not be, you will not be misled, that you will sit, reason, and see how best the country or the government can serve you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. With those few remarks, I support the bill.
The Honorable Nyikal, Professor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill, but I also rise to give a bit of caution. Mr. Speaker, today we talk of e-commerce, we talk of digital currency, we talk of virtual assets now, and we know we're already doing money transfer virtually. We, in our constituencies, are setting up cyber caves, which we are telling young people they can use to make some income. All that is digital. And therefore, this is a revolution in the economy and commerce that is with us. And whatever we do, it is going to go on. The young people are more keen. When you see young people making TikTok photos, and they're all getting those done digitally and virtually, and they receive whatever they receive, most of it come in a virtual form. So it's a revolution that we cannot turn back. So the reality is that there are people who actually in the digital asset market, there are providers, there are people who are partaking of it, and the services are there. Mr. Speaker, the sad thing is that that is happening and we do not have regulation. Whatever we do, it is going to continue. So it is, I support this because we are then going to have some regulation. The central bank warned. They didn't warn that's a bad thing. They warned that this is going on. Be careful. There's no way they're going to take care of themselves. So this bill, therefore, brings a framework where we can actually, how we can regulate this. And it identifies the authorities we can use, but many people feel we may need to set up a specific authority. That's something we look at when we come to the third stage. It provides for licensing, who does what, where, and how. That is necessary. It is also addressing risks, money laundering, financing terrorism, fraud, data protection is being looked at, and cyber security. All these, the security of individuals when you get into the cyberspace. But, Mr. Speaker, what I'll warn about is this. This country, if you look at even ICT and many things, we are living in a country which has got two layers of people. There's a layer that actually are being left behind. And public education is extremely important so that most people, you see, my mother and my mother's age mate and even many of our age mates are out there and they are not in this digital world. We need to bring them in, even in the ICT world. In fact, even with regulation, they'll still be at danger of being conned once this takes place. So we need to educate the public. Also, we must make sure that our internet system is working well. I can tell you there's something that I feel sad about in this country. The funding model for university education is something that I supported in principle. Give people who need. Give universities according to the numbers they have, according to the cost. Where did we go wrong? We didn't actually have the infrastructure to use the internet. We didn't have the infrastructure to do what we call means testing. That is the only reason we had wrong bands. It's the only reason. If we had a problem, we would have a good band and we would be okay. So let this one also, Chair, you are here, put in place a proper education system for the public. When we bring these new ideas, don't think of us. We can educate ourselves. Think of the people in the rural areas, how they'll get connected, how they will use it. Even now in the social protection department, I know I started that department, we still have a problem with old people getting their money. We even buy them phones as a system, but still they have a third party to look at it. So I think let's go down, educate people, start from down, up. And I think it will take Kenya far. But if we don't, then it actually will fail because when many people lose in it, you don't have very many people to lose. You just have a couple of people who say, this thing is not working, this thing is not working, and then people lose interest. It's a good thing. I support public education is key to its success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Chimatian, you have less than a minute, but proceed.
Maybe, Mr. Speaker, I will take up next time in the next sitting. Thank you. So, because I have a lot to debate on it. I will have a lot of time.
No, just, okay. You start it and you'll have the time when the debate resumes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I also want to rise and support this bill before us, the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill. As most members have spoken before me.
Honorable Chimetian, you would have used only, I think, 10 seconds. So you still have 9 minutes and 50 seconds when the debate resumes again. Honorable members, the time being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, the 25th of June, the year 2025 at 9:30 a.m.